Good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are coming to us from today. Welcome to WTO's 4th Annual International Trade Conference. We're grateful to all of you who could join us online again this year. As you may know, we had hoped to have an in-person component to this year's conference, but given concerns with Omicron, which we are hopefully easing, we have postponed our return to in-person programming for several more weeks. But we do have a packed schedule today and tomorrow, and we're thrilled you are all here today. Before we get to today's program, a few notes for everyone. Each session today runs 40 to 45 minutes. If we have time, we'll try to have short breaks between some of the sessions, but we'll leave the Zoom room active. If you need to log out and come back in, your link for today should serve to readmit you back into the conference. During each session, we'll try to have audience questions in the last 5 or 10 minutes, so please use the Q&A tab on Zoom, and you can submit questions as we go. If you're having any problems with your feed, you can email us at events@wto.org, and our team can try to help you solve your connection problems. Following today's program, we'll email links to watch the broadcast. We want to say a special thanks to our sponsors whose names are scrolling right now. Their generous support is essential to our mission to bring the trade community together for high quality, high impact discussion of US and international trade policy. Thank you to all of them, and thank you for joining us today. Over the past 2 years, we have hosted over 110 webinar panels with over 20,000 guests on Zoom, and even more on YouTube. If you've been to any of our sessions before, you know we like to call out the names of the people you are in community with at our events, even if you can't see them on Zoom. If I have time, I'll try to call out people before each of our sessions start. We're pleased to welcome several of our leadership sponsors: Arrow Auduro with Amazon, Don Brasher with Trade Data Monitor, Penny Noss with UPS, and Maria Ziba with the National Pork Producers Council. Thank you, Arrow, Don, Penny, and Maria, for your support for WTO, for our educational programming, and we are very grateful to you. And of course, thanks to all of you for joining us. I'd like to welcome on screen our kickoff panel featuring Matthias Cormann, the Secretary General of the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in a virtual fireside chat with Ambassador Kristen Silverberg, the President and COO of Business Roundtable and the former US Ambassador to the European Union. If you registered as a guest today, you should have received a copy of today's event program by email. In your program, you'll find the full agenda for the conference and biographies for all our guests, so we can dispense with lengthy introductions. Both the Secretary General and Ambassador Silverberg are newcomers to the WTO stage, and we're delighted to host both of you today. There are so many areas of the economy that the OECD has been actively leading, from international tax and trade to the environment and COVID recovery, of course, all areas that the BRT is also active and interested in. We have a ton to cover in a short amount of time, so thanks to both of you for joining us. Kristen?
Good to be here. So much, Ken. Mr. Secretary General, it's an honor to be with you today and with the entire WTO community, including a number of Business Roundtable members. So thanks so much for joining. As Ken was saying, there are infinite number of topics we could cover today, but I thought we could start with something that's at the heart of the WTO mandate, which is the health of the international trading system. Can you just say a word? How do you assess the health of the system in 2022? And what do you think of the key challenges and threats?
Well, thank you very much. Well, I mean, obviously, firstly, right now, there are a whole range of challenges that are directly related to the pandemic that we see. I mean, these include disruptions in international supply chains, a proliferation of export restrictions. I mean, if we look at supply disruptions, for example, in terms of semiconductors, that has knocked about 1% of US GDP in 2021. So improving supply chain resilience is really going to be critically important moving forward. And at the OECD, we're certainly doing our bit. We're working to help build more resilient value chains by helping countries to keep markets open, essentially. And there's a whole range of tools there, including, of course, facilitating cooperation and having better bilateral, plurilateral, and multilateral arrangements in place. But the pandemic has also shown the importance of limiting the introduction of export restrictions during crises. the agricultural market information system, Market Monitor, quite a mouthful, but it has been a key platform for sharing knowledge and encouraging countries to refrain from imposing export restrictions during the pandemic. And what we've seen here is that unlike in previous crises, food supply chains kept flowing and shortages weren't certainly at least not exacerbated. The second set of challenges were there before the crisis, and I mean, they really relate to the design of our multilateral trading system. A rules-based trading system in good working order is obviously very important, and that also, among other things, requires an effective dispute resolution process, and I mean that is an ongoing and unresolved conversation internationally that we do believe that needs to be brought to a conclusion. It also includes the need to define what is an acceptable level of government support in a market. Governments, in the context of the pandemic, have rightly supported sectors that were negatively impacted by the pandemic. But what we see now is that the need to ensure stimulus responses risks entrenching the trade distortions, and that is something that ought to be avoided because, I mean, entrenching trade distortions, including in relation to excess capacity, of course, is not something that would be beneficial for the global economy moving forward. And the OECD is monitoring and providing advice in relation to these issues. And finally, on this aspect, we're also monitoring and measuring subsidies across agriculture, fisheries, fossil fuels, and industrial sectors to support the work that's being done through the WTO in relation to these practices. Our work in this particular area has led to some striking findings that I thought that you might find interesting. For example, globally, public support to agriculture between 2018 and 2020 reached a staggering $720 billion US annually. And we've also revealed the nature and scale of government support in the aluminium and semiconductor sectors, causing distortions there. And we've highlighted that support for below market finance is prevalent in 13 key industrial sectors, which is exacerbating excess capacity and creating distortions in some of those sectors. And further, we've been able to expose a level of competitive neutrality issues, showing that businesses with more than 25% government ownership invariably receive market distorting government support, and that skews private investment decisions and consequently reduces growth opportunities. Many issues there in the whole broader trading space, but I mean overall, of course, global trade has held up quite well during the pandemic. It's just the supply chain disruptions that have obviously caused issues that need to be resolved moving forward.
Great, thank you. Ken mentioned a lot of the overlap between the OECD and Business Roundtable issues. One key area of overlap are the trade and supply chain issues you mentioned, but another big one is the global tax regime. You know very well that Congress has been debating the president's Build Back Better plan, including changes to GILTI. Negotiations on that may have stalled. It's not clear. What do you think the impact is on the OECD's process if Congress fails to enact legislation?
Well, firstly, our focus has been on reaching an international agreement to make our tax system, our international tax arrangements fairer and work better in a digitalized, globalized world economy. And of course, we are working to support those who have agreed in implementing that deal that is, in the US and all around the world. And at this stage, when it comes to Pillar 1 in particular, which is the one that appears to be getting a lot of focus in the US context, I would have thought that it's in the best interest of those major multinational players, including and in particular out of the US, to be able to work within one consistent, globally agreed set of rules, rather than to face a proliferation of unilateral measures from countries all around the world where there is perceived inequities and perceived issues of fairness when it comes to the way the tax system internationally operates. So look, I mean, I'm hopeful and quietly optimistic that in the end, when all of the I's have been dotted and T's have been crossed, that people in the US that get to make these decisions along the way will overwhelmingly see that it's in the interest both of business in the US and of the global economy, in which the US, of course, has got a very significant stake.
And do you, even setting aside the US issues, we've heard from a number of EU countries about concerns about the timeline. Do you think that next January is realistic in terms of implementation of Pillar 2? And if not, do you think there's a possibility of pushing back the timeline and giving countries more time for implementation?
Well, we are sticking to the timeline. I mean, the timeline that was set was very ambitious to have both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 come into effect from 2023 onwards. And we're very happy to see jurisdictions starting the implementation process on both, including in the EU. In the end, it's not for me to comment on the internal deliberations of specific jurisdictions, but we are happy to see that the EU and other jurisdictions around the world are starting the work that needs to be done in order to be able to implement these important international tax reforms from 2023 onwards. I mean, in the UK, they've launched relevant public consultation process. In Switzerland, they've triggered a process to change their constitution to implement a minimum effective tax rate of 15%. And there really is a lot of serious commitment from countries and jurisdictions around the world. And look, yes, I mean, it's going to be challenging to get there, but I'm quietly optimistic.
How are you engaging business in the process? The business consultations with the OECD can be very valuable. Of course, we at Business Roundtable support them. So what's your sense of how to engage business on?
Look, we are consulting with business quite extensively. I mean, we had a very significant round of public consultation meetings in January 2021, which was an open and public discussions on the then blueprints of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. We received over 3,500 pages of comments from about 200 odd different senior high-level stakeholders across business, civil society, academia, the NGO sector. No lacking of advice and perspectives and suggestions. And since then, of course, we've done our utmost to facilitate a transparent and efficient process, and we do receive regular input on ongoing technical work from the OECD business advisory groups, which were formed specifically to contribute to our work on tax. We're about to launch a public consultation process specifically on the implementation of Pillar 2 model rules in February, and we will soon begin rolling consultations on Pillar 1. So that is, I mean, specifically, and going into a bit of, I guess, technical detail here, we will be releasing working documents on individual building blocks of Pillar 1. First, Amount I, the so-called Amount I, which we will be releasing those documents as they are ready, rather than waiting to release the full final document in one go at the end, and that will allow us to continue to work in parallel on different aspects, and will help us to get to help us to meet the ambitious timetable we hope. And there'll also be some further public consultations later in 2022 on Amount B of Pillar 1 and relevant aspects of So I mean, there's plenty of work ahead, certainly in terms of public consultation, including and in particular with business.
Yes, you may get some more advice and consultation when we get to the Q&A section with Ken. So thank you for that. I wanted to spend some time talking about climate, which is another issue of shared concern. Business Roundtable has endorsed a price on carbon in the US, but of course, a key theme for us is the need for international coordination. And I know you have pressed on that as well. What do you think OECD's role is in terms of facilitating international cooperation and coordination on carbon border adjustment mechanisms, for example?
Well, I think we have a key role to play. I mean, I think what the missing piece when it comes to ambitious and effective global action on climate change is to have a globally more coherent, better coordinated approach to the pricing of emissions. I mean, in the end, the challenge is how can we lift the level of ambition and effort in individual jurisdictions to the level required to get to global net zero in a way that doesn't, in a way that helps maintain to the greatest extent possible a global level playing field for trade, which minimizes trade distortions and minimizes carbon leakage risk. But in the end, to impose a price on carbon in one jurisdiction in a way that shifts economic activity, jobs, and emissions into other parts of the world, where for the same level of output, emissions are going to be higher, is obviously not a sensible way to go. I mean, you end up harming your domestic economy, putting jobs at risk at the same time as you're increasing global emissions. So the way to really address this is in a way that is genuinely globally coordinated, and where, to the extent that different countries, understandably, with different starting positions and different opportunities to make their best contribution, use a different mix of policy levers and tools, we've got to find a better way to integrate all of that, with a view of minimizing trade distortions and minimizing carbon leakage risk. And so in that context, I think the OECD does have a role to play. And what I've suggested what I've suggested to our members and to G20 members is that we seek to replicate the successful inclusive framework approach on international tax to the climate change challenge. Similarly, across the OECD, all OECD member countries share the ambition to get to net zero emissions, broadly by 2050, some slightly later, but broadly by 2050. But there's also an appreciation that in order to address this challenge effectively, it does need to be globally coordinated. And we do have to have other G20 countries that are not member of the OECD part of a multilaterally coordinated approach: China, India, Russia, and others. And we believe that the inclusive framework vehicle on tax has proven quite effective there. Not easy, it took a while, but nevertheless, we were able to get there. And we think that similarly, there would be some advantages and there would be a benefit in pursuing a similar approach on this issue.
Can you say a word about the global economic recovery? The OECD put out its economic outlook report recently, and the OECD economists were cautiously optimistic, but noted a number of risks. One in particular they noticed were imbalances in the recovery based on the different public health situation and vaccination rates around the world. Can you say a word about the imbalances and what ought to be done to address them?
Well, look, our December economic outlook shows that output in most OECD countries has now surpassed its late 2019 level and is converging on its pre-pandemic path. But nonetheless, I mean, you're quite right, lower income economies, particularly those with vaccination rates that are low, are at risk of being left behind. So it's important to note that even though the recovery has been strong and rapid in many areas, it is also uneven, and it's even uneven between advanced economies, depending on the level of vaccination and some other issues. Employment is still relatively weak in the US, but it's already higher than in its pre-pandemic period across the euro area. And at the same time, US GDP has recovered much faster than Europe's GDP. And those divergent recovery paths that we are witnessing are linked to the different approaches, I guess, in the way the crisis support and the emergency measures in the context of the pandemic were initially rolled out. And that does create some differing pathways at the moment. Our primary concern is the global polarity in COVID-19 caseloads, hospital capacity, and vaccination rates. I mean, the harshest scenario from here is that pockets of low vaccination end up as breeding grounds for deadlier or more contagious strains of the virus. Omicron is probably not a good example of that, because Omicron, while being more contagious on the face of it, looks to be more, less dangerous, I guess, from a health point of view. But even, in more benign scenarios, ongoing outbreaks are likely to continue to restrict mobility in some regions and across borders, with potentially long-lasting consequences for labor markets and production capacity. And then different speeds in the recovery will risk exacerbating supply chain bottlenecks. And that, again, I mean, if many countries lag behind, this can hamper progress in dealing with some other urgent challenges, including climate change. So to facilitate the recovery across regions, in the end, economic policy priority number 1, 2, 3, and 4 continues to be to vaccinate the world, vaccination and boosting remains crucial. That is certainly what we are saying to all of our members, to continue to focus on that.
Some of the labor market issues, at least in the US, we're seeing are related to the public health conditions, but there are also some kind of broader labor shortages or labor mismatch, I guess. And what are your thoughts about how we can tackle that issue as a key risk to the global recovery?
Better education and skills development policies, and certainly a more determined effort to reskill, upskill, and skills match. And in the context of this pandemic, I mean, when you see comparatively low unemployment rates in many jurisdictions, and yet, when you see that skills shortage in some areas and high unemployment rates in other areas, I mean, that there ought to be a capacity to better mesh the two, and skills development, better skills development policies, better approaches to education, and indeed active labor market policies have to be a part of the answer there.
The Outlook report also cited fiscal trajectories as an issue, less so much the level of debt and more the purposes to which debt is being used. What's your comfort level with the kind of fiscal trajectory in light of all of the need for massive spending in many markets around the pandemic?
Well, I mean, in the context of the pandemic, crisis level fiscal support was unavoidable. I mean, it was necessary. There was no alternative. But it's also important not to keep crisis level indiscriminate support in place for too long, while policy needs to remain flexible until the recovery is fully established. I mean, there ought to be an adjustment to the composition of the level of fiscal support. It needs to be more narrowly targeted to those sectors who continue to need that support, and it needs to be focused, on future-focused investment, rather than blanket fiscal support, as was the case in the early stages of the recovery. But as the economy recovers, fiscal consolidation will need to be a focus, because in the end, there are some structural challenges that will also add to fiscal pressure into the future. The aging of the population across many parts of the world will lead to drags on growth in terms of the impact it has on workforce participation, at the same time as expenditure on health, social services, and the like related to the aging of the population will increase. And on top of that, it is likely, though, that we hope that there's not going to be another shock like the one we've experienced 2 years ago anytime soon, but there will be further external shocks, and there will be a need to build up fiscal resilience to deal with things that might come our way down the track. So as soon as it is feasible, it is going to be important to let some of the impact of stronger growth flow through fiscal consolidation, and to really, in a structural sense, to really ensure that the expenditure side of the budget is appropriately prioritized.
This relates to something I was going to follow up on regarding your comments on subsidies earlier, because about $500 billion in the president's Build Back Better plan relates to incentivizing clean energy technologies, and Business Roundtable supports many of those provisions. But when you think about national steps to spur or incentivize clean energy technologies, how do you do that in a way that keeps a level playing field, that doesn't distort the system, as you were saying earlier?
Well, I mean, one thing that needs to happen is that we ensure that all public policy, when it comes to climate, kicks in the same direction. I mean, to have a whole series of subsidies, like billions and billions of dollars of subsidies across agriculture, industrial, fisheries, fuel, essentially facilitating higher emissions and higher emissions intensity, at the same time as we're spending a lot of money on the other side, seeking to lower the emissions intensity in the economy. That just doesn't make sense. I mean, we've got to make sure that the financial flows, public and private, are fully aligned and all kicking towards the global net zero by 2050 goal. It of course can be appropriate for public policy purposes to provide public support, but it should be heading in the same direction. It should be kicking goals in the same direction, not goals in two different directions.
maybe we can turn to monetary policy as we're looking toward a higher interest rate environment in the US and to many key economies. What's your sense of the impact that's likely to have, particularly on emerging markets?
Well, look, in the end, again, I mean, central banks have to make judgments based on the information, the data that comes through. And I think, they make these judgments very carefully. And the key is really for these judgments to be telegraphed to the greatest extent possible so that relevant market participants can adjust and position themselves accordingly.
Well, I want to close on one final topic, and then maybe we can let Ken open it up to questions. But Business Roundtable has been spending a lot of time recently around digital transformation. So last week we put out a set of principles developed with dozens of our leading members around responsible use of AI. Can you just talk about OECD's role in terms of addressing risks of digital transformation and how we can keep OECD countries aligned on the same page around some of the key issues like use of AI?
Well, I mean, we are doing precisely that. And in particular, when it comes to AI, I mean, we are facilitating cooperation and engagement across market-based democracies who have a shared set of values, and we are working on putting in place standards on trusted digital connectivity and indeed on appropriate human-centric artificial intelligence. So, I mean, this is an area, I mean, you're right. I mean, there are, of course, with the digital transformation, which has massively accelerated in the course of the pandemic. It was already underway well and truly, but it has massively accelerated during the pandemic. Many obvious upside opportunities from in terms of e-commerce, teleworking, telehealth, teleeducation, and everything in between, you name it. But of course, also a whole series of evolving and growing risks, challenges, and disruptions, from making sure that there's equitable access to the infrastructure, that there is appropriate education, so that all have the best possible opportunity to participate and benefit from the digital transformation, to all the way across to cybersecurity, privacy, tax, competition policy implications. And so across that entire spectrum, I mean, what the OECD does, we bring the best and brightest from governments and stakeholders from all around the membership around the same table, coming up with the best standardized ways to put an appropriate regulatory framework where that is necessary around those sorts of developments. I mean, I guess the bigger challenge is not so much the appropriate standard development within the OECD. I mean, I think that process is well established, and we've done that all the way back since 1980. The bigger challenge is to ensure that we can continue to promote and advance and engage with non-OECD member countries to try and persuade them to join where appropriate those standards as well, so that we can maintain to the greatest extent possible a global level playing field in relation to these issues.
I think that is very important, although I'm encouraged. It sounds like you're optimistic about the US and the Europe aligning on some key issues. And anyway, is that true? If so, I'm
look. I mean, one of the issues, I guess, that we're discussing at the moment is how best to ensure data free flow with trust across borders. And I mean, look, in 2022, I mean, that's a very important issue to get that right. If we can't move data swiftly and efficiently across borders, that's going to have a negative impact on trade. And look, there is a conversation within the membership on how we can appropriately recognize, for example, government access provision to data in relevant jurisdictions to make sure that there can be mutual trust and mutual recognition of each other's arrangements in a way that helps facilitate these sorts of cross-border data flows with trust. And that is an area that we're focused on at the moment, but I am quietly confident. There's a lot of goodwill, there's a lot of understanding and appreciation of the importance of the work, and we're just working through the practical and the technical issues, in the sort of cooperative way that we do within the OECD.
Well, one final question. What are the key lessons you've learned about about the sort of supply chain resiliency? What are the key takeaways we should have from the pandemic about?
Well, I think what is very important is that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, there have been some issues, in particular in more recent times, as you know, the recovery has been very rapid, and that means that demand has recovered very quickly, and supply hasn't necessarily always been able to keep up with the speed of the recovery in demand. And also there have been significant shifts in the structure of demand, and you know, demand structures have shifted much more rapidly than they would at any normal time. And then on top of that, logistics constraints with, you know, port closures and the like have sort of further exacerbated the problem. So that has caused some issues. But I mean, overall supply chains have actually been more resilient than is being given credit, being given credit in many of the conversations. And having globally diverse and broadly biased supply chains with a bias towards open markets and free trade is very important to our resilience moving forward. And I guess what I would be concerned about is if some of the practical challenges that we've faced in recent times for specific reasons led to a return to a more protectionist posture and a sort of a re-onshoring of you know, excessive levels of production for reasons other you know, than genuine you know, globally open economy reasons. And that's, look, the future you know, we will see how the future unfolds, and there's certainly going to be some strategic areas where there's going to be some serious thinking, but overall supply chains have actually held up relatively well in the context of what was a pretty unique set of circumstances.
Yeah, well, that sounds like an excellent note to turn to Ken on.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. We do have a few questions that have come in, kind of following up on some of the themes that you've been discussing already. One of them, you know, has to do, as you discuss recovery, global recovery and supply chains, you know, how well does the OECD work with the other international organizations, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, and to what degree are you trying to coordinate your work on COVID recovery?
Well, we work together very well. I mean, you know, I've got a very good personal relationship with Ngozi at the WTO and with Tedros at the WHO now, and we work on several key projects in those areas together. And look, I mean, you know, in the end, the OECD is an organization that brings together 38 market-based democracies together, and you know, we have an interest in the sustainable expansion of global trade, and we have an interest in helping to support, you know, sensible reforms that help to advance that cause. And within the WTO and within the WHO, even as appropriate, we try to be a constructive support.
Very good. Glad to hear it. We'll have people on from the WTO in our next couple of sessions, including from their Trade and Environment Division, and the Deputy Director General, Angela Ellert, will be joining us later as well. So, and I think some of them are on the session now, so they've gotten to hear some of this conversation. Another question that came in, and it didn't really get brought up too much in your opening remarks, but you might want to just, if you could talk a little bit about the role of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the global economic recovery, what OECD is doing to encourage those, as well as the continued role of digital trade in the global economic recovery. Just any thoughts you might share on those two things. And the specific question that came in from our friends at UPS asks what the private sector might do to help.
Well, look, it's a very important point you raise. I mean, the short answer is the role of micro, small, medium-sized businesses in any economy is crucial. And you talk about digital trade. Well, what I would say, that the one serious issue that we are picking up that can be addressed and that we believe should be addressed is that the take-up of the digital transformation opportunities in micro, small, and medium-sized businesses is quite low. And I mean, the risk is that, you know, the big businesses around the world who have, you know, been, you know, who have embraced the opportunities of digital transformation with great vigor will be able to, you know, further consolidate and increase their level of dominance if we want to have the benefits of a genuinely open and competitive market economy, it is going to be important to ensure with policy settings and otherwise that the small and medium-sized business part of the economy really continues to keep up with, essentially all that is involved with the digital transformation of our economies, from e-commerce all the way to cybersecurity, and cybersecurity being a real significant and growing exposure there.
Very good. Now, and just in follow-up, we had another question that came in related to Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And you discussed a little bit about some implementation issues and complexities with that. Is there any other concerns that you have about countries implementing the changes necessary to achieve what was hoped for in Pillar 1 and Pillar 2?
Well, look, we went through a pretty thorough and lengthy process to get to the agreement, that was signed off at the G20 in Rome in October last year. And in the end, you got to take countries at face value. 137 out of 140 countries, in the inclusive framework signed on. Every G20 country signed on. Every European Union country signed on. Every OECD member country signed on. And we are now working in good faith with all of these countries to ensure that the implementation can happen swiftly. There are some issues in emerging economies where we are going out of our way to help on a capacity development front to ensure that they can also stay in touch with where the process is at. But in terms of developed economies that have signed on to this deal, we expect that everyone now acts in good faith to fulfill the commitments that they made, and I have no reason to believe that is not the case.
Same here. I'm sure we all agree. So our next panel, as I mentioned before, is going to be dealing with the issues of trade and the environment, and we're going to be. I didn't intend the last pair of questions to be a transition to our next panel, but in some ways, maybe they are. So I'll just read them to you. One comes from Susanna Choi, and she asks, what are your thoughts on the US-EU efforts to establish a green steel club and as part of their steel and aluminum agreement? And a related question, as you look at the cross-border dimensions of climate policies, what can we be doing to better coordinate between countries to achieve their climate goals, ensure that rules-based trade can be harnessed to scale deployment of green technologies and services around the world?
So the answer to the first question is anything that kicks goals in the right direction is a good thing and ought to be encouraged. And so, of course, I welcome any effort in that direction. And the second question is really what I tried to address in my answer to the question on carbon pricing before. Climate change is something that really can only be solved effectively at a global level. And decisions that we make in one jurisdictions do have potential spillover effects into other jurisdictions. And if we end up making decisions in one jurisdiction that are commendably ambitious, but just shift activity, jobs, and emissions into other parts of the world where for the same level of output, emissions are going to be higher, well, the planet is no better off. And that just doesn't make sense. But we also got to realize that countries all around the world, all with a stake in this, have different starting positions, different opportunities to make their best contribution, different political circumstances. And so there is inevitably, at this point, a diversity of mixes in policy levers and policy measures that are being used. Over time, you'd like to think that there could be convergence around the lowest cost, most effective way of meeting any given emissions reduction objective. But in order to get there, I think we need better, more reliable, more consistent and more reliable data and information that is reported on a regular basis about the comparative cost and impact of different policy levers that are being used and help inform better decision makings in individual countries around the world and ultimately help to provide a better environment for a multilateral consensus around a globally more coherent, better coordinated way forward. And that's easier said than done. It's not something that has been done so far, but I think we've got to give ourselves a vehicle to progress that conversation, because ultimately that's what we should aim for. how can we maintain to the greatest extent possible a global level playing field for trade, while at the same time pursuing effectively as necessary our global ambition to get to global net zero emissions by 2050. How do we ensure that we do that in a way that is effective and that is fair, where every country carries an appropriate proportional share of the burden, but where we minimize trade distortions and minimize carbon leakage risk? I mean, that is a challenge. I believe that our inclusive framework process on tax is a good model to try and bring countries from different perspectives together, recognizing, making it easy enough for countries to be part of the conversation by not putting the hurdle rate up too high, too early, but taking them through a journey to the sort of level of ambition and effort that is required all around the world.
Mr. Secretary General, Ambassador Silverberg, it has been a real pleasure for us to host you both. Really grateful to you. There's so many issues that you are working on at the OECD that are of interest to the trade community and the business community, and that we are privileged to be the place that convenes those members together, and really grateful to have you with us today. Thank you so very much. We are going to move on to our next panel now. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, Ambassador Silverberg. We're going to take just a short 1-minute break here while we bring up our next panel. Diego is, there we go. This will be bringing on our next panel. They'll be joining us in just a minute. If you'll just bear with us for 1 second, we'll be right back. Welcome everybody back for our second panel. Again, really grateful to the Secretary General and Ambassador Silverberg for their very thorough conversation, hitting on so many of the topics that we'll be addressing later throughout this conference. I'm very excited about our next panel for several reasons. As many of you know, we launched a trade and environment series in 2020, and we plan to continue that discussion this year. Addressing climate change is a top policy goal for the Biden administration, and we plan to address various aspects of this issue from a trade perspective in the year to come. Before I introduce the panel, however, I want to continue to call out some of the names of people you are in community with at today's conference, even if you can't see them. So welcome today to Adam Owens with General Motors, one of our conference benefactors, Vanessa Ciara with the American Clean Power Association, Alex Perkins with Melman, Castagnetti, Rosen, and Thomas, and Mary Latimer with Mondelez International. Welcome, Adam, Vanessa, Alex, and Mary, and welcome to all of our panelists who are coming to us from around the world. From Geneva, we'd like to welcome Ambassador Gloria Abraham Peralta, Costa Rica's permanent representative to the WTO and co-chair of the WTO's Trade and Environmental Sustainability Structured Discussions, and Aik Ho Lim, director at the Trade and Environment Division at the World Trade Organization. And coming to us from Washington, D.C., Kelly Milton, Assistant USTR for Environment and Natural Resources, and my good friend Sarah Stewart, Executive Director of Silverado Policy Accelerator, who sponsors WTO's ongoing Trade and Environment series. We're delighted to have the opportunity to bring you all together virtually, ask you to turn on your cameras for our 2021 International Trade Conference. Of course, we're coming to you from around the world, so we're also limiting our own carbon footprint today. As I mentioned, this issue is of vital importance to all of us wherever we are in the world, and we're excited to hear your thoughts. Sarah?
Thank you so much, Ken. We are delighted to be participating in the Trade and Environment series, and really hats off to Wto for their leadership in bringing together such an esteemed group of professionals. I think you've got a great agenda lined up today on a lot of new pressing trade issues and some old ones that have been persisting for a while. So hopefully we can make some headway. So today's panel is really focused on the intersection of trade, environment, and climate. You can't open the news today without seeing how climate change is impacting our world in every way. I was looking just at some of the headlines in the news today. Climate change supercharging Northeast snowstorms. Olympians worry that winter disappears from Winter Games. Technology innovation must be deployed at scale to address climate change today. And one of the things that caught my attention the most was climate change will make coffee more expensive. So one of our most important levers to drive environmental and climate outcomes is trade and trade policy. And yet the work in this space is woefully behind. So I want to take a minute to have each of our panelists provide just some initial remarks on what is the importance of trade as a policy lever for addressing climate change? What are some of the key challenges and opportunities? And from there, we're going to dive in on some specific questions. Ambassador Abraham, can we start with you?
Yes, Sarah, and thank you. And greetings to all participants and fellow panelists. I want to thank Wto for this invitation, and I'm happy to participate in my national capacity as a permanent representative of Costa Rica to the WTO and as a co-coordinator of the Trade and Environmental Sustainability Structure Discussions, or TESDI, is this year. Some initial thoughts on our question from the Costa Rican perspective. Costa Rica is a small economy, highly integrated in global markets, that pursues economic development on a sustainable and inclusive manner. We firmly believe that economic growth and sustainability go hand in hand, and so economic and environmental policies must be aligned. This alignment between trade and the environment is a state policy matter for Costa Rica. It is expected that the trade agenda will support our decarbonization agenda, and in turn, the opportunities brought about by decarbonizing our economy will spill over the other dimensions of well-being and the economy, such as trade, innovation, productivity, and competitiveness. In this line, we have proven that environmental conservation and economic growth are intertwined and expect to continue being as a showcase in this positive interaction. And thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lim, can we go to you next? I think that we can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that.
There you go. Great.
Yeah, no, great to be with you. I think Ambassador Peralta has really laid out the very exciting initiatives that we're having at the WTO, and particularly TESDI, or structured discussions, as well as there are two others, one which is on plastics and another on fossil fuel subsidy reform. As she said, this is like gravitating towards a convergence of more members, looking at how they can address in a much more positive way the interaction between trade and environment, capturing the whole scope of environmental challenges that we face today, from the climate to problems of resources, to the concerns of biodiversity and so forth. So, as a really introductory comment, I think we're in a sort of new phase, or hopefully a new phase, of a WTO discussion on trade and environment.
I hope so too. And last but not least, my good friend and former colleague, Kelly Milton.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you also to Ken and to Wto for inviting me to participate on this important panel. I did just want to say, I think, Ken, as you noted at the start, taking action and pursuing policies that protect the environment and tackle the climate change crisis is a core pillar of the Biden-Harris administration's agenda. And so, we consider trade policies and environmental policies to be mutually supportive. In order for us to ensure that that is the case, we have to think about how best to use trade tools to protect and conserve our environment. And so the United States pursues this in a variety of ways, such as pressing our trading partners to fully implement the environmental commitments that they've signed up to in our trade agreements, as well as pursuing new, robust, enforceable commitments on a range of trade-related environmental issues, whether this is in multilateral, plurilateral, or bilateral engagements. I think this is something that Ambassador Peralta also noted, but the environment is the foundation for a healthy and functioning economy. And this is an interdependency that simply cannot be overlooked. And it's why we believe that environment must be at the core of what we do on trade. It's not a side issue that we consider after, we've considered commercial issues. It's at the core of what we do. Strong environmental rules and provisions in our trade agreements is just as important as, for instance, good rules on services and investment. So just to say that I'm pleased to be here today to talk with you all about the role that we see for trade policy in meeting both, environmental and climate change objectives. Thanks.
Kelly, I think that's a great segue to my first question. And I'm going to start with the ambassador. You're breaking new ground on the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade, and Sustainability. It's otherwise known as the ACCTS, another trade acronym that we all now need to remember. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what is the ACCTS? What are the key elements? What's the status of the negotiations? And do you anticipate that this will be a blueprint for others to adopt, either by joining the ACCTS or coming up with their own version of
it? Thank you, Sarah. Well, Costa Rica, as you know, is a small country with great ambition for achieving green growth. We aim at boosting economic growth through decarbonization and our economy and investing in the sustainable use of our natural resources, following a people, planet, prosperity approach. This vision led us to launching and co-sponsoring ACCTS negotiations. The ACCTS aims at tackling climate change by negotiation, innovative trade disciplines. ACCTS negotiations focus on fostering environment-friendly trade. In fact, ACCTS does not intend to have a punishment approach setting trade retaliation mechanism, but rather to take advantage of innovative trade disciplines to support environmental objectives. This is the shared vision of the 6, as you know, like-minded countries. There are New Zealand, Costa Rica, Fiji, Iceland, Switzerland, and Norway, currently participating in the negotiation of this Trailblazer Agreement. ACCTS encompasses 4 main pillars. 1, liberalizing trade on environmental goods, thus promoting participation on green GVCs and domestic consumption of sustainable products. 2nd, liberalizing trade on environmental services, including those related with decarbonization by making them more available for supporting the technological deployment required to tackle climate change. 3rd, promoting international harmonization of guidelines and good practice of eco-labeling with the aims to support more informed sustainability-enhancing consumption choices and promote sustainable production and trade. And 4th, setting commitments on phasing out harmful fossil fuel subsidies, thus leveling the playing field for clean energy production and consumption, and creating the right set of incentives for innovation in areas such as hydrogen and other clean energies. ACCTS negotiations are currently underway on new rounds of negotiations are expected to take place throughout 2022. Participating countries share to aim to conclude the process as soon as feasible. Any expression of interest to join the negotiations will be given due consideration if it conforms with the level of ambition of participating countries. Moreover, we hope for many WTO members joining the agreement once it is in force. We decide to lead by example, hoping that the outcome of these negotiations will shed light for other multilateral negotiations. We believe that ACCTS is a step forward in the developing innovative trade disciplines that will enhance other multilateral or regional efforts. Multilateral trade policy is a valid option to tackle climate change and scale up green supply chains, and that is why we are working with like-minded countries and relevant stakeholders to promote a robust work program on the TESDI and in the CTE at the WTO. We envision TESDI as a platform for public-private cooperation and a lever for multilateral trade action in supporting the global environmental agenda. Thanks, Sarah.
Well, I applaud you for your leadership on bringing these issues to the forefront. And I think we're gonna spend some time digging in on a few of the elements of ACCTS and how those are tied in with the work of the TESDI and the CTE. So thank you. Kelly, I want to turn to you because climate change has not featured explicitly in any past US FTA. Albeit there's a number of related provisions tied to combating illegal logging, improving air quality, stemming deforestation, harmonizing energy performance standards. So it's not that there hasn't been an impact, it just the words haven't been there. So now under the Biden administration, there's been some really encouraging news from the global arrangement. And I think the OECD Secretary General touched on this as well in one of the questions. I'd love to hear from you. This is a first of its kind arrangement that will ideally deal with some of the carbon that is associated with steel and aluminum production. Can you elaborate on this a little bit further?
Sure, and thanks, Sarah. I mean, before turning to that question specifically, I did want to just pick up a little bit on what you noted at the start, which is the fact that, we do indeed have a number of provisions in our past trade agreements that have an indirect link to tackling climate change. And so, this is through commitments that we have around sustainable forest management, sustainable fisheries management, combating IUU fishing, tackling things like marine debris, improving air quality. So it runs the gamut, as you say, kind of an indirect or kind of implicit effect on climate change impacts. And I did just want to say that, we certainly intend to go further in future agreements, whatever the form, and would aim to also incorporate provisions directly related to improving climate ambition of our trading partners. And, for instance, pursuing net zero goals or preventing carbon leakage. But to your question regarding the recent global arrangement with the European Union on steel and aluminum that was announced late last year, this agreement will, in our view, allow us to combat climate change and address environmentally harmful non-market practices. We expect it will be a win-win for workers and industries and communities on both sides of the Atlantic. It is really still in the early stages, so not much I can say other than to highlight the fact that, the plan for this arrangement will be to discourage trade in high carbon steel and aluminum that contributes to global non-market excess capacity, and ensure that domestic policies support reducing emissions in those carbon intensive sectors. I do believe that it is an example of how like-minded partners can come together to use trade policy to confront the threats of climate change. So we have a lot of hope for this new global arrangement. And then, sorry, one final thing. I did want to also flag that, associated with our trade agreements, we pursue a lot of cooperative work with our trading partners to combat climate change through trade. This is done through a variety of ways, whether it's working with trading partners to enhance use of marine protected areas, to advance climate resilience and mitigation, exchanging best practices on how to build resilience into fisheries resources, or best practices in the area of promoting cleaner production practices and whatnot. So lots of work in that space as well. Thanks.
That's a great point, Kelly. And even in my own experience, some of those cooperative programs supporting implementation are really key. And it's great to hear how you are thinking about kind of modernizing the approach on climate and trade. So, Mr. Lim, I want to go to you next. The Test D initiative at the WTO has been, I think, a really welcome development. At the end of last year, even though the ministerial conference was postponed, there were 3 environmental declarations that were finalized by ministers. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about why we saw progress there versus other areas. And is it because there's a growing sense of collective urgency that the WTO needs to accelerate its work in these areas? So if you could talk a little bit about that and what you see on the horizon for some of those work streams, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sarah. I think you're right that, this was really exciting. And also it was, a step taken by the members, despite the postponement of MC12, to show that their commitment going forward to really come towards, seeking greater ambition on environmental sustainability. Environmental protection, sustainable development, it's already enshrined in the WTO through the preamble to the Marrakesh Agreement. But I think last year what we saw was a lot more motivation towards really making that preamble to be something that is much more significant in the work of WTO and as well as in trade policy more generally. And I think last year, as all of you know, was a very special year for the environment. We had COP26 in Glasgow as a major point of the year. And the launch of the 3 ministerial initiatives came directly after COP26. And I'm sure that there was a lot of, if you like, expectation as well on the WTO to show what WTO members could do in support of climate change. That's, of course, one dimension. Environmental issues go beyond the climate change issues. As I said, there were also issues concerning resources, biodiversity, the oceans at large. As many of you know, we have an ongoing fisheries subsidies negotiations. Of course, that's put in a different track from the 3 ministerial statements that we're talking about. But last year was really a very intense year on that relationship between environment and trade. And I think members wanted to show that despite the postponement of MC12, that they wanted to move ahead and make use of that momentum. So in that sense, I think what we saw last year was both a significant move as well as a sign that there's growing consensus. It's not everyone right now, but there is a growing consensus to act on environmental issues and for the WTO to show that trade can contribute and contribute in a very positive way.
I'd like to ask the ambassador and Kelly to also provide any thoughts that you have on these 3 ministerial declarations and how you see the work programs evolving. I know that 2 of the areas that I'd like to dig into a little bit, one involves the work on environmental goods and those discussions, and the other is on circular economy. So to the extent that you can kind of talk broadly and about any particular priorities that you're looking at from the Costa Rican and United States perspectives, that would be great. Ambassador, why don't we start with you?
Okay, well, as I mentioned, Costa Rica firmly believes that environmental trade liberalization is a powerful tool for global market integration, since scale economies might advance resource efficiency, green technology, deployment, and economic growth. And it's important to recall, regarding ACCTS negotiations on environmental goods, Costa Rica and most of the ACCTS negotiation parties were actively involved in the IGA negotiations. In the environmental goods group, participants have drawn on the extensive environmental goods discussion and resources from other fora, including the APEC and IGA co-chair list. Indeed, EJA and APEC developments serve as a guiding reference in the environmental goods nomination process of the ACCTS negotiation. I think it's important to remember that kind of things that we have on the agenda.
Shall I jump in? Okay.
Yes, Kelly, it'd be great.
Sure. Okay, thanks. I'd like to just take a minute to talk, or just to speak a little bit more about kind of how we broadly see the work at the WTO in this space. And so I think, what I wanted to say here is that, we see the United States sees a real opportunity to advance discussions this year in the WTO on trade and climate change related issues. And explore how trade measures, can be utilized, as well as discuss what members actually consider to be clean or climate friendly technologies, goods, and services. One thing I wanted to note in particular about the Test D, which the United States did formally join at the end of last year, and we signed on to that ministerial statement. We are hoping that the discussions in the Test D can be somewhat of an incubator of ideas that can get members to speak openly and directly, frankly, about these issues, and might, for instance, help us to think about ways to address the embedded carbon emissions throughout the trading system, or deepen our understanding of what we can accomplish through trade measures and other trade-related interventions. We also, and this I think is particularly important, need to find a way to ensure that trade concerns aren't used to prevent or dissuade legitimate attempts to address climate change, right? So, we want to be able to have these conversations. We want to make sure that we're not having a situation where we're kind of taking aim at each other, when we're trying to address legitimate climate concerns. And so we think that a forum such as the Test D, the CTE, other opportunities in the WTO can provide us a way to have those important conversations. Thanks.
No, that's a great perspective, Kelly. I wanted to follow up on one thing that you said, and maybe ask Ambassador Peralta her views on this. One of the ministerial declarations talks about progressing on work on an environmental goods list, or at least a discussion of what is an environmental good or environmental technology. This is obviously a work stream that's also part of the ACCTS, as we've heard. How is Costa Rica looking at this differently than you may have in the past? is there a need to look at a different type of definition of environmental goods than maybe was the case during the EGA negotiations, which have that list hasn't been updated in some time, or even the APEC list before that? Should we be thinking about a definition of environmental goods that is tied to how trade could facilitate an environmental outcome? And what I mean by that is, if liberalizing trade would actually result in more countries wanting to buy that technology and to use that technology. So I'd be interested in any thoughts that you have on that, specifically and kind of more broadly as part of these exercises that you're involved in two different fora.
Yes, Sarah. Well, we ambition to agree a robust list of environmental goods in our ACCTS agenda negotiation, but also, as you know, in the TESDI, we have trade and the goods also as a priority for members. We ambition to agree a robust list. In doing so, the nomination process results in a long list comprising more than 550 goods in the ACCTS list, whose likelihood to being part of the final list of environmental goods will depend on achieving consensus among the participating countries regarding their identifiable and sound environmental end use or benefit. As this is work in progress, I'm afraid we cannot provide further details at this point. What I can say is that this negotiation has followed a pragmatic approach in light of which environmental goods will be those encompassed in this agreed list. This is to say that undertaking the burdensome task of creating a definition of what is an environmental good is not an objective of ACCTS negotiations. Nevertheless, we have engaged in extensive discussions with our environment and customs authorities to make sure our judgment on each of nominated goods attempt to be as accurate as possible. Ultimately, our aim is that tariff removal for the agreed list of environmental goods will increase to green technologies, promote their use, and substantially reduce the impact of human activity on the environment.
Thank you for your candor. I want to turn now to the issue of circular economy, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. Lim, if you can talk a little bit about this issue. This is coming up in a couple of different places. It's in two of the ministerial declarations, I believe. I'd like to have you elaborate a little bit further. How will the work at the WTO include a focus on trade facilitation for, reverse supply chains, or, facilitating trade in recyclable materials? It seems that one of the threshold areas that is likely to be both challenging and potentially controversial could be clarifying definitions and classifications between waste streams and recyclable materials. So I'd appreciate any views from you on where you see opportunities and challenges in the coming year.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think, circular economy is one of these subjects that actually sort of progressed very quickly in the WTO, if I can say, from when the concept first came to a CTE meeting to, as you say now, I think it was in the space of just about 2.5 years. And very quickly, we see this uptake of the idea of circularity. And I think it's really interesting because a lot of the discussion about circular economy, from what I can see, is really taking root in the private sector. Lots of companies, lots of new business models talk about circularity. And in a sense, they are pushing this agenda forward. They see value in circularity. And the question that is then raised, as you have said, is what type of policy or policy framework can help to scale up circularity? And in this type of policy framework, of course, trade and trade policy becomes a key enabler because the question of circularity is also linked to the question of value chains and global value chains, with a big difference, which is that we're used to thinking about value chains in a very linear way, from making, going to the consumer, and thereafter maybe some of it gets recycled, but a vast amount of it doesn't get recycled. And so you're absolutely right. So to make circularity work, we need to think about the reverse part of circularity, the so-called reverse value chain or supply chain. How do we recover and recuperate materials from products that have reached at least the first end of their first cycle of life, but they could come back into the production process again. So back to where can WTO help, or what can WTO do to help? I think one is certainly on the understanding of what circular economy is and how does that translate into trade policy. We've been having that discussion both in the TESD as well as in the CTE and in a range of events sponsored by members around both of these bodies. Going a bit deeper into issues, as you said, of classification, and that's really one of the most challenging ones, I would say, because circular economy is there as a concept. A lot of the classifications are not necessarily, if you like, synchronized to this notion of circularity, particularly how to deal with waste, or if we call it secondary resource materials, which is more progressive from a circularity point of view. And so therefore that means, I think, not just the WTO, of course, it means WTO, it means World Customs Organizations, it means standards bodies, it means as well the private sector. And here TESD, again, as you've heard from both Ambassador Peralta and Kelly Milton, is quite unique because it can bring different stakeholders together, not just governments. And I think that conversation through TESD can be really enriching to try to understand better what are the bottlenecks in reverse supply chains, what could trade policy do for the transboundary movement of materials or secondary products. And then there's the added question about actually environmental goods, I would say. I mean, we hear an increasing discussion about how do environmental goods and services in a way supportive of the circular economy, and what types of goods and services could be considered in this sort of context. So I think that's another very important work stream, I think, to work on. And again, WTO does have a lot of data. We also have a lot of notifications. Our environmental database studies all the notifications made to WTO and looks at the objectives behind these notifications. And we find increasingly more and more notifications which are linked to circularity and circular economy, a chance again to learn from these practices and measures. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like you're going to have a very busy year coming up. And I'm going to put one more item on the agenda. And that's this concept of a multilateral carbon regime or a carbon pricing regime. And, we heard from the OECD Secretary General this morning about his thoughts on that and the role that the OECD might play there. I'd like to think through, how do you see the role of the WTO working when we're talking about a global carbon pricing scheme? In my own view, I feel like coming to consensus on that is not going to be something that we're going to see anytime soon. I think it's going to be quite the negotiation if it ever gets to that point. I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to see an outcome, but just that I think that the journey to get there is going to be quite difficult. So I'd be interested to hear from you, Mr. Lim, how can the WTO sort of facilitate that discussion? And then how might you also be thinking about managing some of the trade issues and challenges that come up as countries who don't want to wait for a multilateral solution are starting to take their own measures, and how that's going to play out. I feel like this is an area where we're going to look back in a few years and think, wow, we should have been more prepared. So how do we get there?
Well, that's a very easy question, Sarah. I think I think in the WTO, certainly has an important role here. I mean, at the heart of what WTO is about is building international cooperation, and one can look at any issue, any trade and environment issue. It's about how do you build that international cooperation. As you say, it doesn't happen overnight, but that process of building international cooperation is one that requires transparency, it requires dialogue, it requires evidence-based work, it requires actually an understanding and knowledge of what other partners are doing. I mean, as you mentioned, some are thinking already and some have already been very advanced on the measures that they want to put in place. And again, WTO was created and is there to serve these functions. I mentioned earlier on about notifications, for example. It's not the only thing, but just as an example. The bodies that we have, the Committee on Trade and Environment, and now the structured discussions that have emerged on trade and environmental sustainability. These are all forums to do all of these things, to have that dialogue, to have, as I think Kelly said earlier, a real discussion on these challenges, as well as opportunities. And again, back to what is WTO about? We want to build that cooperation. We want to avoid trade disputes. I mean, people think of WTO as disputes, but actually there are quite a few steps there before one gets to a dispute. And the more that we can do to avoid the disputes, find ways to generate more understanding, that I think is a really key function. There's also a function at a more technical level of the Secretariat and other international secretariats about how we can help members as they deal with this discussion. A lot of this is already happening. I mean, WTO is already working with the IMF, with the OECD, looking at what does it mean, a global carbon price? And this is about more technical discussions. And my Director General has spoken about this on several occasions, about the need for the international community and international organizations to work in a more coherent way to avoid fragmentation. There are very complex technical issues behind carbon pricing, and getting to grips with this is really important. Some of this discussion is already started, if I can say. We have had various presentations at TESD about carbon pricing, border carbon adjustments, some of the tricky issues, as you've said, between these types of measures and the WTO regime. No conclusions, not saying that it is this or that, but simply understanding the framework that we're working in, I think has been very, very helpful. Some of it has been in the Committee on Trade and Environment, with members intending to take on board border and carbon adjustments, explaining what these things are, why are they doing it, and how are they seeking to minimize the trade concerns that could arise. So I think we have different entry points to the discussion. And I think a lot could be done. I understand what you're saying about the difficulty of getting towards multilateral negotiations. But a negotiation, as all of you know and know better than me, because many of you are negotiators, it is in itself an ecosystem. It's not just one thing. It's how the different parts come together. And WTO has the benefit of being a multilateral institution, so we can span a vast range of views, from developed to developing and in between, or to the very least developed. And to build the international cooperation, everybody has to be a part of the conversation. So these are some of the things, some of the elements which I think WTO is well placed to contribute. Thank you.
Well, it's a robust agenda. Well, we've only got a couple of minutes left and we have a few questions. I'm not sure we'll get through all of them, but I'll make sure to work with Ken and Diego that the panelists can see what the questions are. Maybe I'll start with one, and this will give an opportunity for Kelly and Ambassador Abraham to weigh in on the carbon price issue. So the question is, can we have a border carbon adjustment unless or until everyone has a price on carbon? So Kelly, why don't we start with you, and then we'll go to Ambassador Abraham, and if we're able, we'll take another question before we wrap up.
Sure, I can start, and I'll try to be brief because, as you say, we're short on time. I mean, basically, I think one way I'd like to think about this is the fact that, in terms of trade-based approaches to addressing the issue of carbon leakage, which is what a border adjustment aims to do. I mean, something like a border adjustment is, in our view, an opening bid, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the final answer or the only answer when it comes to seeking a trade-oriented climate solution. I think it's important to note that we all have, in fact, different domestic approaches in some ways, but that they can also achieve the same objective. And so that needs to really be considered when we think about how best to design or, incorporate something like a border adjustment. To successfully address climate change, it just simply cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. And what's important is figuring out how trading partners can come together and agree, or at a minimum align, on the shared objective and action that's needed to decarbonize economies and work together in that way. So I think that's just something that I would note in that regard. Thanks.
Ambassador Abraham, why don't you have the last word here before we turn back to Ken for the next panel, and just my sincere gratitude to all of you for your insights today.
Well, thank you, Sarah. And well, this is an issue that has equally attract interest and questions from the members in these matters that we had. In TESDI, we have listened to this call and are ready to facilitate the space for exchanges between the different sides, maintaining the trade and environmental dimensions at the core. We foresee that this topic will be part of our agenda for the year as well, and hope that our platform allows for frank and candid discussion that can bring clarity to all parties. And thank you for this opportunity, Sarah, to share with you our thoughts.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Ken.
Thank you very much. Incredibly grateful to you, Ambassador Abraham. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us today. Holim, pleasure to have had you back again. Thank you for your time. We know it's getting late in Geneva, so really appreciate that. We're going to ask this panel to step off the stage, so to speak, and invite on our next panel. We're not going to have a formal break here. I think what we'll try to do is have a break before our next session after this one. So the next session will be inviting on Angela Ellard and Rufus Yerxa to be joining us. After their panel, I think we'll try to take a short break for everybody to go get a cup of coffee. So I am delighted to welcome on our next session, which is also coming to us from across the globe, my dear friend Angela Ellard, the Deputy Director General of the WTO, coming to us from Geneva. Ask her to turn on her camera, please, and Ambassador Rufus Yerxa, the former Deputy Director General and Deputy USTR who is coming to us from Colorado, and who today announced news that he is joining our good friends at McLarty and Associates as a senior advisor. Congratulations, Rufus, on your new gig. You are joining an amazing team there, and really excited to know that you'll still be part of the community there. Both of you have been great friends to me personally, staunch supporters of WTO over the years. I was going to say the WTO, and the whole trade community is incredibly grateful to both of you for your years of service and support for global trade. However, before I turn this over to Rufus to moderate our discussion with Angela, I want to welcome several friends of Angela and Rufus who are in the audience today. Steve Lamarr, the president of the American Apparel and Footwear Association and president of WTO's board of directors, Deborah Wagoner of Corning, Lisa Schroeder with Dow, and Nassim Fussell with Holland and Knight. Welcome, Steve, Deborah, Lisa, and Nassim, and welcome Angela and Rufus. Rufus, great to see you, and great to see your place in Colorado. I don't think we've had you on WTO Zooms a lot, but never from that location.
Well, thank you very much, Ken, and thanks for mentioning my new affiliation. I'm looking forward to working with a great team at McLarty and Associates. And Angela, I want to, on behalf of WTO, welcome you back for another session. I know you've been a very frequent guest of WTO in your prior capacity over the years, great friend of the organization. But it's great to have an entire segment to devote to a conversation with you. We want it to be a kind of an armchair discussion, a little bit of back and forth. We want to focus on your exciting new role in the WTO in Geneva. I guess I want to start by saying I really can't think of any person who has had a longer and more enduring and more pivotal role in US trade policy and trade law formulation over nearly 3 decades now, as the key person in the House of Representatives building a lot of US trade policy. And now here you are in a new capacity. I wanted to start before we get into some discussion of specific issues that you're working on and of the WTO itself. Maybe start by just asking you to reflect a little bit on this transition. You've been there, now, since June, I think. The transition from a congressional official serving in the US governmental system to an international civil servant. How are you finding your new role at this important organization? And what is it you'd like our audience to know about the importance of the WTO, the existing systems, setting aside for a moment where it goes in the future, but just the importance of the existing regime to US interests and also to global trade and global stability?
Well, thank you very much, Rufus. It is great to be here with you, with Ken, Diego, all of my friends in the audience. I was looking at the list of RSVPs, and I miss you all. I really do. Come visit me. And congratulations, Rufus, on your new position. That's very exciting news. Thank you. So one of the biggest things I've learned here is that Rufus has left very big shoes to fill. I'm learning a lot from your experience, Rufus, and we've had many discussions that I really appreciate. But you've really left your mark on this organization for the better, and deeply, deeply grateful for that. So what are the biggest changes for me? I would say that in many ways, working here at the WTO is rather similar to working on the Hill, in that you have, and you would know this from your time on the Hill, very diverse interests that you're representing, that you're advising, and that you are trying to bring together sometimes, very diverse views. But obviously, it's a lot different here. I'm no longer a US official. I have left my official passport behind. I am now an international civil servant, so I don't speak for any government. And the other thing that I've found very interesting is that I also, of course, don't speak for the WTO. All I can do is help try to bring members together. And you know this well. You mastered that art during your time here at the WTO, and you made that transition as well from U.S. Ambassador to Deputy Director General. So it's definitely a challenge. Working though with such a diverse group of members, working with a highly professional staff secretariat here really has made it an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, I want to endorse what you said. You know, in many ways, the U.S. Congress is maybe the best training for multilateral negotiating, because you really do get into the nitty gritty, and which you did so well over so many years. So, you know, if you don't mind, let's jump into a couple of the things you're working on, a couple of the issues. And I thought if it's okay with you, we may divide it a little bit into things you're working on that are part of the current agenda, and then maybe kind of looking at the future and possible, you know, development of a new reform agenda or new agenda items for the system. But starting with the current, I mean, where do you see things now on some of these current issues? I know you're working that you're very involved in the fisheries subsidies issue, which I think you're responsible for in the Secretariat. And then, of course, there are a number of issues after that you might want to talk about. What is going on pandemic response issues? I know there's some work on quite controversial discussions on TRIPS issues related to that. Maybe looking at these JSI discussions, particularly. I mean, a lot of our audience are obviously interested in the e-commerce part of this, but other issues as well, and how you see the prospects for all of these issues. And by the way, MC12, which, you know, obviously has been disrupted by the pandemic, and which I guess I don't know if you actually have a date scheduled, but maybe you could talk about that too.
Sure. Maybe what I can do is touch on each of those issues, and then we can dig deeper if you would like, or if the audience would like, because there's just so much meat there. Well, first of all, MC12, because that was supposed to happen at the end of November, beginning of December. And we unfortunately had to postpone it because that was right at the time that Omicron was identified, and it was very difficult to travel, in fact, impossible to travel from some areas. And we weren't going to be able to have the ministerial that we needed to have. So we postponed it. A date has not been set specifically, but there is, I think, a lot of member interest in resuming as soon as possible. But I think we're really going to have to be creative about how we go about doing that. What we're doing right now is trying to maintain the momentum on all of these negotiations that were ongoing, whether it was fish, response to the pandemic and intellectual property, agriculture, reform, all of those issues. We've really been trying to maintain the momentum, and I think members have shown a lot of interest in doing that. We've had many meetings now in the 2 months since MC12 was postponed to try to address some of these issues. And we've also made progress on many things, on the environment with some new initiatives, on gender with a new initiative, and on, of course, the JSI with respect to domestic regulation. So we've been able to harness that. We've been able to harvest that, all of those. So we certainly haven't been standing still. But in the meantime, you know, we want to continue. We want to conclude our work on a lot of these very important topics. Fish is near and dear to my heart. We're working on how to address fisheries subsidies multilaterally, which is a very important negotiation from an environmental perspective and from an economic perspective, as well as from a humanitarian perspective. So many people around the world, of course, their livelihoods are dependent on fishing. And for so many people, their source of protein is fish. and being able to source that, being able to purchase that at low cost is so important. But it's also an environmental issue. The extent of overfishing has grown dramatically. It was only about 10% in 1974. And as of today, it's something like 50%. It's really become an acute problem, and it's one that will compound and get worse if we don't do something about it. So the desire, I think, from our members is to be as ambitious as possible, to try to establish disciplines in a way that's workable, and also to deal with the important issue of special and differential treatment for developing countries and the types of obligations that they will face, notification requirements. That is the subject of much heated negotiation. So then we also have the response to the pandemic.
Angela, just before on the
Yeah.
pandemic, just one question on fish, because a lot of people are seeing this. It's been going on a long time, and a lot of people are seeing it to some extent as a test of sort of the WTO's ability to find progress. And do you have any reaction to those comments? Is this a test of the members' ability to come together on an important environmental issue like this that has trade implications?
Well, yes, it is an important measure in the sense that this is a multilateral negotiation with our members representing many diverse views. And the process of negotiation here is, I think it's important to show that we can do this. Now, I would also say that the fish negotiation has a lot of unique elements about it. Some things may be easier to negotiate, other things may be even harder. But there's a reason why this negotiation has been ongoing for 21 years. And I think there is an eagerness among many of our members to bring it to a head, not just for the fish, but to show that this is something that the WTO can do.
Yeah. Okay. Go on. You were starting on pandemic, so I didn't mean to disrupt your train of thought.
Pandemic. A lot of very important work being done here at the WTO on the pandemic, and two different types of issues. One set of issues relating to intellectual property, in particular, the request by India and South Africa for a waiver of intellectual property rights for products that are used for therapeutics, diagnostics, and vaccines. And then how that is emerging, that negotiation is a difficult one. The topics are rather controversial. The points of view can be quite different, but I think there is a good, healthy discussion that's going on among the key players here. A discussion in which we hope to find consensus that we can then bring to the larger membership for their consideration and input as well. In addition to the intellectual property issues and that work stream, there's also a considerable amount of work being done on the response to the pandemic from a trade policy and supply chain perspective. So this is really the nuts and bolts of how do these products get traded? What are the barriers? What are the bottlenecks to that trade, both in terms of government policies, but also limitations by the private sector that the private sector is experiencing. So at the Secretariat, we've been trying to bring to decision makers, whether in government or in the private sector, information about supply chains in this area. So mapping out, for example, the various means of trade, also trying to identify, for example, all of the products that are used to produce a vaccine so that countries know when they impose certain barriers or if they have tariffs or other types of customs barriers or red tape, what kind of impact that has in terms of vaccine production. But the idea too, through this effort, the Secretariat effort, as well as what we call the Walker process, named after Ambassador David Walker from New Zealand, who until he retired in December, was trying to pull together a package of issues for members to consider. This is something that shows members what their policy choices are. It covers everything from trade facilitation on the positive side, what the effect of trade facilitation would be, to barriers like export restraints on the other side. And it's, I think, really brought a lot of very practical information to the table for members to consider if they really want to get at the practical aspects of this. So it's been a very healthy discussion. The members don't always see eye to eye on what the role of the WTO should be here. But it has, I think, put a lot of issues on the table.
Isn't part of the role, how do you create a cooperative framework for dealing with pandemics and their effects that helps keep trade open to the greatest extent possible instead of countries going their own way? I saw one analyst who put it in a pretty dramatic way. He said, an unhealthy world will trade less.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it, because there is certainly a need for cooperation, for global cooperation. The pandemic has made this clear. Very few countries can go it alone, and in some cases, no country or no WTO member can go it alone on particular products. When you look at vaccines, for example, there are some 280 elements that go into the making of a vaccine. It's very hard to produce every single one of those in a resilient, redundant way that allows you to address any lapses in the supply chain if you're doing it all at home. So, we've certainly seen natural disasters in the US, for example, that have really had an effect on the supply chain. We've seen this elsewhere as well. It's not just in the US. But the pandemic, natural disasters, other type, a ship stuck in the Suez Canal, all of these things have an effect on supply chains. And, I think it becomes a policy choice for decision makers as to, there's I think a lot of temptation to bring everything back home, to reshore it and become completely independent. But the question is whether you can really do that. And to the extent that it's difficult to do that, we need more communication, more coherence, more resilience, more working with like-minded WTO members to try to make those supply chains work from a commercial perspective, but also in taking policy steps that don't create even more bottlenecks.
Yeah, that's a great insight into how just what happens if supply chains don't remain resilient and working in the world, and how everybody will suffer from it. I wonder if we could turn to some of the future discussion now, Angela, unless you had more you wanted to say on current issues.
No, I think that those are the let's talk about the future.
Okay, obviously, there's an awful lot of talk, not just in the US, but around the world, about a future reform agenda. It's such a massive collection of potential issues that I hardly know where to begin, because lots of members in the WTO have lots of different views about how to shape this agenda. And obviously that'll be one of your big problems, is how do you bring people together to get negotiations launched. But the WTO's got a pretty good success record on many of those things. You just mentioned about domestic regulation, but obviously a trade facilitation agreement in the midst of a period when people thought the WTO was not working very well. But maybe you want to talk a bit about those challenges of bringing people together where they are maybe in direct conflict on some of these. And I don't know which ones you want to talk about, because obviously there's a potential future agenda on the environment, as you heard from that previous panel about what is the role of the WTO on issues like carbon and other environmental issues. Industrial subsidies, I know you're, as the deputy in charge of the rules process in the WTO, I know you're looking at that very closely. You mentioned already a lot of the supply chain issues, but are there others on health and supply chain? And of course, we can't forget whatever you want to say about DSU reform and what the prospects are for that. So the floor is open for you to talk about as many of those as you want.
Well, it's a pretty broad menu, which is exciting. Many different types of issues, something for everyone. Let me start with WTO reform, because that is something that's very near and dear to the Director General's heart, and of course to our members in the WTO as well. Everybody talks about the need for reform. I think that's indisputable. But at the same time, the question is, what does that mean? What is reform? I think that the general idea is that we need reform on the three pillars that make up the WTO: the negotiating pillar, the monitoring pillar, and the dispute settlement pillar. That all of these need some work in some way. And this is maybe where I can bring in some of the other issues that you mentioned. So let's start with dispute settlement. As you know, the appellate body is no longer functioning. The United States had blocked the movement of new appellate body members. So the appellate body does not have a quorum. So there's a lot of discussion about what should that look like? What should reform look like with respect to dispute settlement? And I think a lot of ideas that are starting to shape up right now. But there's still a lot of discussion that needs to happen. A consensus really about what the problem is and how do we go about fixing that. But I'm happy to report that in the meantime, the dispute settlement system in the WTO is still working. Yes, there have been cases appealed into the void because there's no appellate body, but the panel process is still being used. We have new cases brought all the time. We also have a means to resolve those cases where we have, for example, in some cases, a facilitator who has tried to bring the parties together. Or the parties may decide that they don't need to appeal, as the United States recently did in the Olives case involving the EU. We also have compliance, the most effective way of resolving a dispute in many ways, and that happens as well. So there are all different kinds of methods that are used. I think members are being quite creative, and that gives me a lot of hope that we can reach an understanding with respect to dispute settlement. On the other two pillars, on the monitoring pillar, there's a fair amount of discussion about the need for more transparency. Our reviews, the trade policy reviews that we undertake periodically for all of our members have really been quite successful. We had one last year, late last year for China, another for Russia, for Korea. We have one for the United States coming up later this year. These are really important opportunities for WTO members to communicate their concerns, to ask questions, but it's all based on transparency, notifications, and making sure that there is information about what countries are doing. So there's definitely been a call for more of that. And then the final pillar, or some would say the first pillar, which is the negotiating pillar. And there, a lot of the topics that you talked about are things that are being actively discussed. So the panel right before us spoke about creative ways to deal with the environment and how the WTO is particularly well suited to address some of these issues. It's made some progress with respect to 3 initiatives, but in addition to that, the question is what comes next. In the last panel, there was some discussion about climate change and a carbon pricing mechanism. The fact that there has been such a proliferation of carbon pricing all over the world. We have something like 70 different carbon prices and covering a relatively small percentage of trade. The WTO, it seems to me, is an ideal place to try to work on these issues multilaterally because we have members, 164 members from all over the world, all different levels of economic development who are involved in different levels of industrial, agriculture, manufacturing capacity. And I think we would have everybody at the table if we were to do this at the WTO to try to find some kind of mechanism on carbon pricing. It's so much better to deal with issues like this through negotiation as opposed to trying to set policy by litigation, which would be really not a constructive, coherent way of addressing the issue. It would help us.
In fact, isn't the WTO really compelled to deal with this issue? Because if not, you're going to have conflict between existing rules and these new regimes if you don't sort of address fundamental issues like MFN and national treatment and how a carbon pricing system fits within that kind of global regime of existing trade rules.
Right. A negotiation gives you a sense of the full picture. Litigation is very piecemeal, and it depends on the cases that are brought. And so you end up with decisions that may or may not be applicable across a broad spectrum of policies. And it creates confusion, uncertainty, makes it very hard for, I think, for countries to comply with their obligations and for business to know what it's supposed to do. And then, of course, ultimately, in terms of climate change, it's not a very effective, doing this through litigation is not an effective way of addressing the problem of climate change.
Yeah.
So in terms of some of the other things that you mentioned.
Well, I was particularly interested in industrial subsidies. I know that's a difficult issue to discuss, but I think a lot of our members would be interested in sort of what your preliminary views anyway are of a potential negotiation in that sector.
Right. Well, subsidies is something where there's been a lot of focus by members coming at it from different perspectives. Industrial subsidies, agriculture subsidies, fiscal stimulus type programs. We hear our members talking about all of those in the context of trying to learn more about what the universe is, what the lay of the land is. So we are working with other international organizations, including the OECD, the World Bank, the IMF, to try to map out what it is that's out there, trying to get the facts. That's really the first step before you can have any type of discussion or any type of scoping out what these issues are and what the implications are. So that's our first effort, well underway, and we hope will really contribute to the dialogue. But I would add, when it comes to something like subsidies, just like any other topic, we are a member-driven organization. I've been learning this. It's told to me at least once a day by some member saying that, the Secretariat only has so much that it can do. We are a member-driven organization. So that's fine. That's the way we're set up. But what that means is members have to decide how it is they want to tackle issues like this and whether they want to tackle issues like this. But I do think that this is an area where, again, the WTO with its global focus, its multilateral focus, bringing members from all levels of development to the table. This is an ideal place, I think, to have that discussion. But ultimately, it's up to members to figure out what the parameters are going to be.
Angela, I wanted to ask you a kind of a sort of general overarching question, and then we can get to Ken. I'm sure Ken's collecting some questions from the audience and we should go to them, but I want to ask you an overarching question that really relates to all of this, not just the present agenda, but certainly where the WTO will go in the future. You know, there's an awful lot of people who are questioning the credibility of the WTO as a place to resolve differences among the major players, given what's happened over the last certainly 4 or 5 years. Whether those divisions, which go so much to the heart of kind of their own economic systems and how WTO might impact their systems, or put another way, how their systems might impact WTO rules and disciplines. And, you know, some people think this presents an insurmountable challenge. I know it's a sensitive thing for you to answer because I'm not asking you to address any specific country or its economic system, but just as a general observation, how serious do you think that is? And can the members find ways of overcoming what sometimes seem like insurmountable challenges to find you know, solutions to some of these issues in the future?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Rufus. It's hard to answer that. I think that we definitely have different systems here, different economic systems, and different levels of economic development.
Yeah.
And that really affects how different members come to the table and what their goals are. I think that it's important for members to understand the perspective of the other members around the table. Sometimes, you know, you hear a member talk about a particular issue. Well, why can't these others, you know, do what I want? Don't they care about the system? And I think everyone cares about the system. That's why they're here. That's why they send their best to Geneva. I think that the problem is that although they have a stake, they just look at different economies, look at it differently. And I think that's the challenge, but it's not insurmountable as long as the members are coming to the table in good faith and are willing to figure things out. Now, when you talk about an issue like subsidies, no, that's not going to be something that we can resolve overnight. But there are ways to, I think, start to peel away the layers of the onion and to try to figure out how to address some of the problems that we're facing. So we're doing this with respect to the pandemic, for example. We're doing it on fish subsidies as well, you know, where you have major players who have been heavy subsidizers historically. You have other players who have become large players, but they don't subsidize. And then you have countries that have never subsidized and also really don't fish very much beyond the you know, kind of an artisanal type fishing, but want to be able to do more. And I think we were making some progress. We've been making some progress on fish subsidies as we get into these groups where members can really talk to each other, and sometimes you see the light go off. Oh yeah, I understand now where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be Pollyannish about this and say, if we all just get along, you know, we could make so much progress, but it's hard. It really is an enormous challenge. But I think there's an effort to try.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
I don't know where else we can do that except here.
Exactly. I mean, things always look insurmountable going forward. I remember way back in the dim, dark early days of the Uruguay around when people said it would be impossible for the US and Europe to reach an agreement on issues like trips and services with countries like Brazil and India. And, you know, obviously maybe nothing is impossible is a good motto for the WTO as well as for others. But Angela, I do want to, we're going to turn it back over to Ken. Before we do, I want to just say how, you know, impressed I am by not only your grasp of this whole system very quickly in your new job, but, you know, the dynamism with which this new team is taking over. I should mention, you know, you mentioned gender issues. I want to point out that, you know, the very first senior woman on the WTO leadership team was my colleague, Valentin Ruguabiza. She was the only one at the time. And now 3 of the 5 top leadership positions in the WTO are women. So, and I know you as a strong advocate of gender issues. That's a great sort of thing for people to recognize about the new system. I want to thank you again. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. I can't wait to come and see you in person, along with, I'm sure, many other WTO members who can't wait to be back into the practice of coming over and seeing how things are going to Geneva. I'm going to turn it over to Ken now, and thanks a lot, Angela. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Rufus. Just such a delight to see you. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, Rufus. We got a couple questions for Angela before you sign off. Angela, thanks so much. As Rufus said, it's always a pleasure to welcome you to the WTO stage. You've been here so many years in person. We've scheduled our 2022 Congressional Trade Agenda event for March 11th. And you and I have done together every year since 1999.
Yep.
And it'll be the first time it's ever been done without you on the stage. So
I'm sure you'll survive. You will thrive.
We'll be fine, but we miss you. So really a pleasure to have you on. We did have a few questions come in. I'm just going to lump a couple of the themes together, maybe just to help wrap some things up. One was just any thoughts on the subsidy case that was announced, the arbitrator's approval that China can retaliate against US subsidies. You know, what does this say about the subsidies disciplines? I know you've got into it a little bit, but just if there's anything, thoughts you want to share on what that might mean for next steps related to that decision, or if there's some changes that may need to be made to subsidies rules. That was one question. Another question came in about, you know, is there a role for the WTO with regional trade agreements in the absence and disputes? I'm not quite sure how that one fits together. OECD Secretary General was on earlier, talked about their primacy in dealing with carbon border adjustment issues. You see that as an area that the WTO should be taking a more active leadership role on, or is taking a leadership role on. I think those are the main ones that we have that have come in, but just wanted to see if you had any thoughts on any of those issues.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ken.
And there's lastly, one on India and exporting pharma drugs for profit with the whole the waiver issues that have come up.
Okay. Well, this is a pretty broad range of things.
So throwing it all out there for you before we turn to our.
I promise I'll take no more than 30 minutes.
Two.
I have 2. Okay.
I'll give you 3.
For some of these questions, I'm glad I only have 2.
I know.
On the question on the subsidy case that China is now authorized to retaliate. Obviously, our system here has this the mechanism for an arbitrator to decide on the amount of the retaliation. It was hard fought on both sides, and the arbitrator made a decision. At this point, you know, it's up to the parties to decide where they want to take it and how they want to take it. What China decides to do, if it will, in fact, step forward. The United States has also some say here too. So it's really up to the parties. The process here has, we've gone through the full process up to the point of retaliation. Of course, compliance is always an option. I'm just speaking legally, not politically, because that's a whole nother question, but I'm just answering this question from a legal perspective. that it is, that's where it stands. So it's up to the parties. As to the OECD and carbon pricing, the OECD is a very strong collaborator with the WTO, and we work very, very well with other international organizations. And I think there's plenty of room for everyone to tackle such an important issue like this, and getting facts on the ground is very important as well. I do think that the WTO brings a unique global perspective. We have 164 members, and we have 20 more who are seeking to join. So that's not quite everybody, but pretty much everyone. And that means everyone's represented, everyone is vested, and would be part of a discussion. So I think it will be very difficult to move forward if on something like this, if it's not global. It's an issue of the global commons. On the question about the role of the WTO in RTAs, regional trade agreements, free trade agreements, the WTO does have a role in that under the WTO system, under our rules, FTAs, RTAs must cover substantially all trade. And I think that's really disciplined the whole notion of negotiating these types of agreements, which after all are exceptions from the most favored nation rule, which is so fundamental to the WTO. But I do think that, in terms of the role of multilateralism, that will always be, I think, paramount. And in fact, despite the proliferation of regional trade agreements, more than 75% of global trade is on an MFN basis. So that means that it's always going to be important. And we also have a growing network of plurilateral negotiations as well under the auspices of the WTO. And we hope that those will be multilateralized at some point, but it is an opportunity to make great progress on issues that are very important to members. And then finally, on the question of drugs, members are negotiating this very hard, I think, to try to see how we can assure access to medicines, critical medicines that are needed for the pandemic, and at the same time maintain incentives for innovation. And that's really the challenge that we're facing. We obviously want to create a situation that rewards intellectual property, but that at the same time, we need to deal with the tremendous vaccine inequity that exists, and making sure that not only are products that are so essential manufactured all around the world, but that they're actually distributed as well and get to the people all around the world that need them. Because one thing we learned from Omicron is that just when we thought in the US and Europe and other places that things were looking okay, not so much, right? So this is the challenge we're going to face until we broaden this out and until we get more people vaccinated all over the world.
Thank you for that. I often say at the end of a lot of our sessions, I hope everyone who has access to the vaccine gets it as soon as they can. So thank you for saying that. I'll continue to echo it here. Thank you, Angela. It's always just a pleasure to have you on. Welcome you in person when we're live again in person in DC again, to have you on screen. It's great to see you. We look forward to visiting as well. Rufus, thanks again. Congrats on your new gig. Look forward to keeping you on this, seeing more of you and seeing you on screen or in person here in DC. So thank you very much. We're going to go to our next panel. Really grateful to have you, Angela and Rufus. Thank you. I guess I'm going to ask our next panel to please come on screen. Welcome you guys on for our discussion of U.S.-China trade. I know I had promised everybody that we would have a break here and have a chance to let folks get a cup of coffee, but I'm just going to have to tell you, You're just going to have to make the time on your own. Hopefully won't miss too much of the conversation, but we'll ask them to please come on, turn on their cameras, please, as we welcome our next panel. Before I introduce, however, our all-star China panel, I want to call out some more of the people that you are in community with in the audience today. Laura Bolt with Amway, and also one of our conference sponsors, Keith Schneller with the Almond Board of California, Ann Murphy with Cargill, and Sonia Schaefer with the Department of Labor. Welcome, Laura, Keith, Ann, and Sonia, and welcome back to all of you and to our panel. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to our panelists, starting with my good friend, Wendy Cutler, the Vice President of the Asia Society Policy Institute and the former acting Deputy United States Trade Representative. If you've attended any of our 110 webinars in the past 2 years, you know that Wendy's been on, it feels like about half of those. You know, she's a frequent partner with us. And in fact, she and I hosted together an event looking back at China's entry in the WTO back in December. That was looking back from 20 years ago to China's entry at the WTO and what that's meant. Also like to welcome back to the WITA stage, Amy Selico, principal at Albright Stonebridge Group and Denton's Global Advisors. Amy is the former Senior Director for China Affairs at USTR. Bonnie Glazer, also welcome back to you, Bonnie, Director of the Asia Program and German Marshall Fund of the United States. And a welcome to the first time to the WITA stage to Sam Sachs, Senior Fellow at Yale Law School's Paul Tsai China Center and the New America Foundation, who's a new guest on WITA's webinar platform. Welcome, Sam. And of course, one of my oldest friends in Washington, even though neither of us is very old, Erin Ennis, the Vice President of Global Public Policy at Dell Technologies, who I met when I worked for Senator Jay Rockefeller, and she worked for Senator John Breaux on the Senate Finance Committee. So welcome, Wendy, Amy, Bonnie, and Sam. Erin, take it away.
And thanks so much. And thank you to everyone for joining us for what I know is going to be a fascinating conversation about China, as well as, of course, about U.S.-China trade. Our panelists comprise the keenest observers of China policy in its various facets. There's a lot of firepower on this panel, and we have a short amount of time, so we're going to get right into the discussion. So, Bonnie, I'd like to start with you. To get us started, can you give us a sense of what's motivating Xi Jinping in 2022? And how do you think that can affect what the United States agenda for China is, as well as the region and the world?
Well, thank you, Erin, and thanks to Ken for having me back. And what a great group of women to be chatting about China with this afternoon. What's motivating Xi Jinping in 2022? So the watchword, I think, for this year in China is stability. Last month at the Central Economic Work Conference, the character for stability apparently appeared 25 times in the summary notes. Stability was also emphasized last month by State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi in his end of the year media interview, where he noted that China desires a favorable external environment for the 20th National Party Congress coming up later this year. And Xi Jinping, of course, wants a smooth transition to his third term in power. He wants to bring his own people, loyalists, onto the Politburo Standing Committee and into the Politburo. But, so this is where I may disagree with some others who are predicting what Xi Jinping is going to do in this coming year. I think that the preference for stability and favorable external environment does not mean that we should expect a quiescent year in Chinese foreign policy. In the run-up to the Party Congress this fall, I think if China perceives that it is being challenged on issues pertaining to sovereignty, I think there's likely to be a very strong response. Xi Jinping clearly cannot appear weak on matters related to sovereignty and territorial integrity. We see this today with Lithuania, for example, which is inadvertently chosen an especially bad time to stand up to Beijing by allowing Taiwan to open up a representative office under the name Taiwan. And this is seen by Beijing, I think, challenging the way China on Taiwan, the way that China is operating in Taiwan's air defense zone, for example. I mean, so the Chinese are punishing Taiwan, they're punishing Lithuania. So I think if we see challenges to Chinese sovereignty, like in the East and South China Seas or along the Indian border, I think that's unlikely to prompt a conciliatory approach if Beijing believes that it's being challenged. As to how this affects the U.S. agenda for China, I'm doubtful that the Biden administration is going to make much headway in dialogue with China this year, to the extent that it even wants to have dialogue for China. And I would question whether that's a priority. But there has been an expression of interest in putting in place guardrails, such as risk reduction measures, to prevent competition from veering into conflict. And I think Xi Jinping may see more risk than benefit in negotiations with the US, certainly on issues relating to nuclear weapons. And Beijing, I think, will continue to condemn U.S. efforts to forge what the Chinese call small circles, coalitions, to protect supply chains and prevent China from gaining access to advanced technology in sensitive areas relating to national security. My very last point is that I think a key variable affecting U.S.-China relations and U.S. policy toward China in 2022 is really whether Russia invades Ukraine and how Beijing positions itself in the event that this take place. So, a Chinese decision to side more closely with Moscow than it did, for example, in 2014 when Russia seized Crimea, and takes significant steps to mitigate the impact of Western sanctions on Russia, could really increase the possibility of the emergence of two competing spheres of influence, sort of liberal democracies versus authoritarianism. So that would be the potential global impact and the worst case scenario.
Bonnie, there was a lot in there. So I'm going to give everybody else their opening round question, but then I'm going to come back to you and maybe do some follow-up. So thank you for that great scene setter. So Wendy, we now have a context set of kind of what the world looks like from China's point of view. In a trade context, at the end of 2021, USTR Tai said that China hadn't met its phase one commitments. That's the agreement that the Trump administration had negotiated. Kind of given that context of what's going on in China, what types of enforcement actions are most likely from the Biden administration? And maybe kind of a corollary to that, which ones might actually be most effective given that scenario that Bonnie just described?
Well, great question. First, let me just say a lot of firepower on this panel. So I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. Bonnie mentioned the word stability. And, if you look at the phase one agreement, it has brought stability in US-China trade relations, and it has put up guardrails, and it has provided certainty. Many of us may not like certain aspects of it, and particularly the purchasing commitments have been, under a lot of criticism. But we're really now entering an important kind of decision point for the administration. A lot of attention now on how the administration is going to respond to the Chinese shortfalls, not only with respect to the purchasing commitments, but also with respect to certain rules with respect to IPR, agriculture, and other areas of the agreement. Now, since Ambassador Tai gave her China speech in October, USTR and the Chinese have been in quiet consultations. I mean, ideally coming out of this would be kind of an announcement of some kind of settlement and roadmap forward on how both sides were going to work together to make the agreement work. Maybe China would announce new big purchasing commitments, et cetera. I think Bonnie has kind of thrown some water on that scenario. I don't think it's likely. We don't see any signs of it. So then we're left with this question of enforcement. And we all remember that the negotiation of the enforcement mechanism in phase one was a long drawn out process, and frankly, kind of an unprecedented mechanism under which the US, if it decided to take an action after 90 days of consultations, could basically do what it wants in terms of a proportionate response. It could increase tariffs. It could increase tariff rates on products that are already subject to tariffs. Other tools could be used. But I think we all need to keep in mind that this enforcement mechanism, it may not end with the United States just taking an action. And I think Bonnie did provide some context here that if the US were to take an action and China, quote unquote, viewed that to be not in good faith, and I'm taking language from the actual agreement, its option under the agreement would be to withdraw from the agreement. And I don't think that's in the US interest. I think, again, a lot of important rules were agreed upon. The purchasing commitments, are there, et cetera. Of course, China could could respond the way it wants and take more limited action. But at a time when there's a lot of global uncertainty, supply chain disruptions, and inflation, I'm sure this is a path that the administration would be very cautious about, embarking on. And so I'll just conclude and say, I think any announcement by USTR, it may contain some type of launch of an enforcement action, but I don't think that will be it. I think we'll see more about the US, the Biden administration's approach to US-China trade policy. We may see announcement of other trade actions under US trade laws, including Section 301 or countervailing duty statute. An announcement may include new collaboration or collective actions with our allies and partners. It may include, Biden administration endorsement of improvement of our trade laws to address the types of unfair trade practices and non-market economy practices that China is undertaking. So I think we should all look beyond kind of this narrow lens of the enforcement mechanism in the agreement as we all, think of how, the administration will respond to a shortfall. And I would just conclude and say year-end US data for 2021, according to the Census Bureau, is due February 8th. So by then we should know the exact amount of the shortfall, which folks are saying could be close to 35-40%. Back to you, Erin.
This is an uplifting panel already. I can't wait to see where we go next. Amy, let me turn to you next. You work closely with companies on trade issues in China. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the United States enforcement options are, but also maybe that other angle of, are new agreements possible? Under the Trump administration, there had been allusions to the fact that a phase 2 agreement was being begun, and I think probably that nomenclature would go away. But are new agreements possible, and if so, what areas would they focus on?
Well, thanks so much, Ken, for including me in this panel, and Erin for facilitating us. I'm just thrilled to be one of the folks talking about this important topic. Just briefly on restrictive actions, potential enforcement actions, and other barriers to trade and investment flows. I do think that many of us listening to policymakers in Beijing and in Washington are assuming that the US and China are going to expand restrictive actions that are going to limit some elements of the economic relationship this year through screenings, investment screenings, both inbound and potentially outbound, export control, supply chain security rules, and of course, application of sanctions for a whole host of economic and national security issues. I'm sure Sam will have something to say about this with regards to technology issues. But what concerns so many of the companies that I interact with is the lack of clarity around when and how more restrictions on trade and investment will be rolled out, and then particularly where are the limitations of these restrictions. So happy to come back to that discussion in Q&A, but I did want to get to your question of, where potentially could the US be focused on in negotiations with China. I think as we all know, the administration should be doing what they're doing, which is pursuing this parallel track when it comes to negotiating and navigating US-China relations And they've been focused on one of the parallel tracks, and that is talking about China with allies and partners. And clearly, there was an element of that when the president spoke with the Japanese prime minister earlier this month, including discussion of how to coordinate on export control policies vis-a-vis China and other, of course, trade policies too. And this is important work. And I'm glad that the administration is continuing to do it, since our economic competition with China is playing out on the global stage. And so our companies are vying for market access, but our country is also competing with China in bilateral and multilateral relationships and frameworks on economic and security partnerships with others on the global stage. But talking about China is just one track. And so the second half, which I think we all can agree is less developed, and of course Bonnie is less optimistic about, and I share that pessimism, is the need to include bilateral negotiations with Beijing that underscore that even though we have a competitive relationship, I think both President Biden and President Xi acknowledge that competition defines US-China relations. There's also a need to work together on some issues. And it's easy to point to climate change or North Korea as issues. But I think when I'm talking to my clients, we continue to urge the US government and Beijing to include trade issues there. As difficult as it is, we need to more forcefully advocate for some limited areas of cooperation on trade issues in 2022. One priority, obviously, is reducing or eliminating tariffs, tariffs that are just a legacy of a failed trade policy from the last administration. But another priority is to stress where trade and investment flows actually are beneficial in both economies. And there are real limitations around those areas. But of course, like I believe Wendy mentioned, agriculture is one area. Medicine, we were talking about it in the last panel, energy, and then financial services, healthcare services. These are areas where American companies want to hear from Washington policymakers, from Beijing, how can we continue to thrive in these markets? And we need our governments talking to one another about the importance of those small areas. And I think finally, my final point is, I think that some of these areas should be part of this Indo-Pacific economic partnership that we are starting to talk about. Again, back to that first track of talking with others about US priorities in the Indo-Pacific, one of those priorities being dealing with a competitive relationship with China. And so while we can't talk to China about every one of those buckets of potential cooperation that could form the basis of this Indo-Pacific economic partnership, I think some of the areas we can, like on trade facilitation, easing the restrictions that for products and goods coming and going in and out of our countries, and supply chain resiliency. And so I think those are the areas, as difficult as it will be in 2022, where I think we do need to continue to coordinate with other partners, like Wendy said, but also continue to prioritize talking to Beijing, which will be difficult. And in every discussion, there has to be a focus on reciprocity and a focus on Beijing's policies that undermine the global trading system and certainly put our companies on an unlevel playing field. But without talking about these issues, I'm really worried that those muscles are going to atrophy. And it's going to make China just more forceful in the policies that they're really pushing on the global stage.
Great. Thanks, Wendy. We're going to move over to drill down a little bit more on technology issues. Let me just remind folks who are listening in, please feel free to use the Q&A function. Once we get through everybody's kind of initial questions from me, I'll start working those into the discussion as well. But for the moment, Sam, let's drill down a little bit more on technology issues. China's data and data privacy and cybersecurity policies received a lot of attention in late 2021. what are China's goals with these policies? And given where those goals are in conflict with what the US or other countries' goals are, what's the best way to address those concerns?
Thank you, Erin. And you're right, we've seen a spate of actions in the last few months drawing attention in particular to China's private sector tech companies, tech giants, with the crackdown on Ant Group, the debacle over Didi's failed IPO. But I think something that's important to keep in mind is that China has, for at least half a decade, been building out its legal and regulatory framework for data security and cybersecurity. And so many of the actions that we're seeing are, I view them as a kind of perfect storm, where you have the party moving to demand that the private sector become more efficient carriers in many ways of its vision. But then a multi-year legislative effort to create what, in my view, is the most comprehensive cybersecurity legal and regulatory regime in the world, with the cybersecurity law of 2017 as the scaffolding, and then this fall, the data security law, the personal information protection law, and dozens of regulations and standards, thousands of them. So what's going on here? Is this just about control? And I think it's always important to look at it through multiple lenses. It's yes, and. Yes, this is about control, but it's about a lot more than that. I think there's a genuine effort to have Chinese consumers and online users feel more confident about how their data is being protected from a consumer privacy standpoint online. There is a contingent in the political bureaucracy, the Cyberspace Administration of China, for example, which has been ascendant and increasingly powerful, that if they had their choice, they would lock it all down and put security and first and foremost in ways that might remove China from interconnection in the global trade and investment network. But then you also have elements in the bureaucracy that are very much looking to have Chinese companies play a global role where they are embedded in a network of global connection. So it's all of this at once, which I think is what makes it really difficult for outsiders to look at. And the implications of it are the online content space is getting much more strict. Companies for the first time are looking at the gray zones, the loopholes, that the worst case scenarios or worst case fears when the cybersecurity law took effect in 2017, in many ways actually didn't come to pass, in large part because there was this tremendous debate in the interagency about questions like data ownership, about how do you balance cybersecurity with China's relationship to global trade and investment. So we saw a lot of space for maneuver or slack in the system. And I think the big question at this juncture is, what is the extent to, is that space shrinking, right? What is that space for negotiation? And what are the implications for China's global trade and investment relationships in the world? And in many ways, the elephant in the room always seems to be this question of control over sensitive data. And I think what the US government, if we look at the actions taken by the Trump administration, many tools inherited by the Biden administration around controlling the outbound flows of American citizens' data handled by Chinese tech platforms, as well as potential outbound investment restrictions and the like, where data security is a real core issue. I think what the Trump administration was trying to do was sort of create these new walls around American citizens' data. And maybe in large part driven by reciprocity, as Amy mentioned, as an important tool. The Biden administration has come in, there was an important executive order in June 2021 that rescinded the bans on TikTok and WeChat and basically said, look, this approach to a sort of ad hoc, we're going to play whack-a-mole with a rotating cast of Chinese companies is no longer going to work. Instead, we want to take a more consistent approach to evaluating what is the national security implication of having quote unquote transactions between American and foreign adversary companies, Chinese companies. And they established at a high level a framework to evaluate that risk. The question is, how do you actually do that? And the language that they put out there was very compelling. It said the goal is to maintain an open, interoperable, and secure internet. Great. So how do we do secure and open and interoperable at the same time in a way that doesn't become a de facto ban on any transaction with a Chinese company? And I think there's a reason we haven't seen a resolution to that question yet, because that's really hard to do in practice. Now, if I had my way and the type of recommendations I would give, just very briefly, and happy to talk more about this. The first thing is, and this is why it's important that this is a trade discussion, I think we are primarily looking at data through the lens of national security. And there's an important that doesn't look at data through the lens of trade. And I know Wendy Cutler and I have talked at length about the idea that maybe trade agreements need to be updated, the concept of how do you account for the rapid pace of technology and the realities of technology in international trade agreements. And I would love to hear more from Wendy on that topic, because I think we can't just look at data from a national security perspective. Trade has a big role to play. The other is we are essentially legislating privacy right now through the lens of the China threat. So if you look at all of the legislation coming out of Congress, federal privacy law has stalled. Instead, we're looking at national security walls around preventing data flows to certain countries in ways that I think make us not necessarily more secure or privacy protective. So having comprehensive federal privacy law would be a really important tool. There are also initiatives underway, like at the OECD, where how do you come up with common principles among governments to safeguard data as it flows across borders, and particularly grappling with this question of law enforcement access to data. How do you do this and create coalitions of countries to do it? The big question again is who's in the club, who's in the coalition or not. And I think the Biden administration has really put forward a vision for this, which is democracies versus authoritarian governments. But what are the implications if you just have clubs of democracies sharing data? And what are the implications of that in terms of security and global trade? And that needs to be reckoned with as well. And finally, I think there's a role for technical solutions. So encryption, creating privacy protective learning, ways that can build security into the design. So it's policy and technical tools working hand in hand. So those are just a few ideas, but I think the core idea is walling off data from a sort of US digital sovereignty perspective is probably not going to be the most secure or privacy protective. And we need to think about the second and third order consequences of that.
Great, thanks, Sam. All right, there is a lot to digest in all those comments. So I want to, and there's some great questions coming in on the Q&A function. So let me start with one coming back to you, Bonnie, since you kicked us off and you touched on some of the issues over the top. Another issue that got a lot of attention in 2021 was tensions between China and Taiwan, including risks to global supply chains, given how central Taiwan is for so many industries. What's the current state of play on those issues, and what does the risk look like for supply chains in 2022?
Well, if you're talking about the risk of supply chains because of Chinese military pressure on Taiwan, there are obviously supply chains for lots of other reasons.
Sure, of course.
But relating this to China's policy toward Taiwan, it's my view that Xi Jinping is just the latest in the long line of Chinese leaders that has called for reunification. And in fact, much of what Xi Jinping has said about Taiwan echoes what prior leaders have said. The question is, how does reunification rack and stack in the other, the priorities that Xi Jinping has for China, and what is his cost benefit analysis? Does Xi Jinping really think that China could use force against Taiwan and avoid a military conflict with the United States? Is he confident that the Chinese military could succeed? Does he think that Taiwan would raise the white flag and surrender? And my answer to these questions is basically that for Xi Jinping, preventing independence remains the highest priority when it comes to Taiwan. China still is very confident that it can do that. It's still not very confident about reunification in the near term through military means or any other means. But at the end of the day, if we look at what China is amassing to deal with Taiwan, it's this very expansive toolkit of coercive capabilities. It's not just military. It's economic as well. It's very interesting that the head of the Far Eastern Group, which has a great deal of money invested in factories in China, was fined a hell of a lot of money a few months ago because he was providing support funding for DPP candidates, in addition to KMT candidates, by the way, because that's what Taiwanese business does. They just support both sides and hope to benefit from that, or at least not suffer any negative.
Some of us do that here too.
It happens everywhere. So, but that shows that maybe China is willing to incur some cost in its punishment against Taiwan. That's a red flag that I think we do have to watch going forward. And I think that TSMC and other companies in Taiwan may end up getting squeezed more because the demand for the chips that the fabs, particularly, of course, TSMC, and then there's other companies that are doing design work, the demand is just going to continue to increase. And the United States, I think, is concerned and wants to ensure that our companies get adequate supply, and also want to see TSMC building some of its fabs elsewhere outside of Taiwan. And frankly, I think TSMC feels like with the Arizona one they're planning, that's like been there, done that. We checked their box, and I think they want to keep most of the foundry work that they're doing in Taiwan.
Great, thank you, Bonnie. Amy, you had mentioned in your comments, and I suspect both you and Wendy have some thoughts on this, something that came up in the Q&A function. So what are your thoughts on the Indo-Pacific framework and where that fits into the US approach to China? Recognizing even just today, right before this panel, I saw that Bob Davis has a piece, strangely, since his retirement, published in the Politico magazine. But where are your thoughts about where this is going and how that fits into the US strategy?
Well, it's a great piece. Let me say it's a terrific piece that talks about exactly your question. Where's China in that and what's happening? I'll also give a plug for a piece that Evan Medeiros and Mike Green just published in Foreign Affairs today, talking about what is our economic policy towards and security towards the Indo-Pacific region. And they too also talk about this economic framework that clearly is coming together with different elements for talking about American leadership and engagement in the region, whether it's on trade facilitation or digital trade, which I agree with Sam. While it's dangerous only to have democracies talking about issues, I think it's going to be very, very challenging to include China in those kinds of conversations in a trade context. And so this framework agreement is meant to be an alternative to talking about a trade agreement. It's going to be, and I really defer to Wendy on how this is possible, different enforcement tools, different mechanisms, even for approval. Whether or not it's going to require congressional approval is I think, still an open question. And so clearly what's, I think, important for all of us to know about this economic framework that is going to supposedly be released in the coming weeks is that the administration is thinking about this holistically and thinking about how it can engage in the region more proactively to compete with China, but also to demonstrate that we are not only concerned about security issues when we talk about our strong presence as a Pacific nation. We also care deeply about deepening our economic relationships. And so there are, I believe, six different buckets of activity there. And while it's not talking, it doesn't directly address China, it's clearly talking about competition with China in extending this American participation, leadership, talking about these trade issues. But let me turn it over to Wendy.
Well, just following up on what Amy said, I mean, one thing I would just make clear that at least my understanding is that a decision has been made that while there will be consultations with Congress, the types of arrangements they'll be seeking under this framework will not require congressional approval. But just taking a step back, I mean, the good news is the Biden administration totally gets they need a robust economic agenda for the Indo-Pacific. So that's great. The challenge is once you take trade and market access off the table, how do you shape a meaningful agenda that offers something to a whole range of our allies and partners in the region? And that's exactly what the administration is working on. I think they've also gotten the message that this can't be like an anti-China initiative. Each of the initiatives that fall under these 6 categories or 7 buckets that Amy mentioned would need to stand on their own based on what the United States affirmatively wants with respect to supply chain resiliency or decarbonization or trade facilitation. And so I think that's going to be extremely important to phrase all of this in a affirmative, positive way. As Amy said, we're expecting the details to be rolled out. I will just say that based on my conversations with many old friends, new friends in the region, they're trying to keep an open mind, but for many of our CPTPP partners, they feel China tapping on their shoulder to get in the CPTPP and feeling that pressure and wanting very much to have some kind of credible alternative or some kind of hope that the US at some point would consider returning to the CPTPP, albeit with some important revisions.
Maybe we can turn to one of the points that Sam raised in her comments, and that is that maybe data needs to be viewed as a trade issue, not just national security. Is this the kind of issue that we can even find enough consensus between the United States and our, generally viewed trading partners on this that might be worthwhile to pursue? Or is that one that, we're dealing with a challenging period right now enough that bridging those differences may be too far to go? And I open up to any of you who would like to jump in on that one.
Well, maybe I can just start and say that a digital component is on the agenda for this Indo-Pacific economic framework, and I'm pretty confident it's going to include some data work, data provisions, data cooperation. I mean, we'll have to see how far and deep it goes, but aspects of data and digital are important trade issues. But frankly, they do go beyond trade as well. And that's always the challenge in dealing with these issues. And I think going forward, in 5-10 years, when we're in a panel like this talking about trade and data and digital, it's going to be such a different world, and trade will just be one part of what I would call like a digital economy agreement, because it involves so many other aspects beyond trade. But trade is an important element of the discussion.
Great. Thanks, Wendy. We've got about 5 minutes left. So let me ask one question that it feels like we cannot stop talking about in the trade world, and that is tariffs. At this point, we're a year into the Biden administration, no indications that the tariffs are going to be lifted. Should we start viewing these tariffs as permanent at this point? Amy, maybe I can put you on the spot on that one.
Well, I think realistically speaking, I'm the one who suggested that tariffs should be part of our bilateral discussions with China, and I believe that. But I also really do acknowledge how difficult it is for the US to lift those tariffs if we don't get something for it. And so I do think rather than accepting that they'll be here forever, we should just prepare for the short-term consequences of continued tariffs. And of course, that is to be able to get more exemptions for the tariffs in the short term. But I absolutely believe that the US side should be continuously saying to the Chinese side, if you do X, then we lift those tariffs, you lift the retaliatory tariffs. It's good for the relationship. Don't we want to show something that's good for the relationship?
Thanks, Amy. All right. Let me put maybe one last question out there on this. There has been some discussion about the United States potentially, or Congress is considering some legislation about restricting outbound investments to China. Any thoughts on either the wisdom of that or the misgivings we should have about that.
I'm happy to just say it is very challenging. It is a very popular idea. I think whoever asked the question knows about the congressional movement on this. There are absolutely national security implications of investments that go to China and support military modernization or support areas of the Chinese economy that are competing with the US economy. And so I wouldn't say it's an outlandish idea at all. However, I think we need to move with real consideration. And I don't think this year is the year for that work in order to put in place a new framework to govern outbound investment screening. But as you know, from inbound investment screening revisions, it was a multi-year process. It was a very thoughtful process that required Congress and the administration working together. And so I think that's what it's going to entail, to put in place some kind of framework to really formally screen outbound investments. Obviously, the business community will be very concerned about where those restrictions exist around the purview of that kind of review.
Great, thanks, Amy. Bonnie, go ahead, Wendy.
I would just add that it is gaining a lot of momentum. And so, a couple of years ago, when it wasn't included in a bill that went forward, everyone thought that they'd won the battle and they'd convinced Congress. It is gaining momentum. So folks who have concerns should really think about not how you delete it necessarily, but how do you narrow it to really get at, the core concerns, versus passing something that's very vague, will be difficult to implement, and frankly, very difficult to even draft regulations to implement.
Great. Bonnie, last word to you. From the national security side, any thoughts on kind of what that might look like and what advantage it would give us if we started to restrict outbound investment into China?
Well, I think that this is an objective worth considering, and it was considered in the Trump administration, although it didn't get very far. And now the Biden administration is trying to move the ball forward. And I think Wendy's right. It has to be done very smartly. This is not something that should be very broad. And Amy is certainly right that it's going to be very complex to deal with Congress and the business community and the different constituent groups. Of course, what nobody has talked about yet is that this can't just be the United States that is going to be limiting our outbound investment into China. We have to work with allies on this. Otherwise, what's the point? When I read the Trade and Technology Council readout, I thought it was interesting that this issue was not mentioned, although I know it is on the agenda. It just hasn't made it to the point, of course, of being a high priority, because it's hard, because we have to actually get our own house in order first, decide what our approach is going to be, make sure we have the right tools, and then talk to our allies and partners. So I agree with Wendy. This is just going to take, I think, a very long time, but I think it's worth thinking through. And I think that smart people are beginning to do that, because from a national security perspective, we need to be limiting China's access to certain kinds of technology, which we haven't done enough in the past. We have shown we have the ability, for example, to end pretty much Huawei's smartphone market, their ability to produce smartphones, but yet we haven't applied that tool to other Chinese companies. So we have to think through the way that we're doing this and ensure we have allies and partners on board.
Great. Thanks so much, Bonnie. Ken, back to you.
Thank you all so very much. We are incredibly grateful to all of you for joining us. I am really sorry that I had to cut this conversation short. There is so much to talk about. Erin warned me before we got started. She said, Ken, I don't know how we're going to cover everything, but you covered a lot. And you just left open the door for us to do more and invite all of you back again. Not just Wendy, who we have on frequently and who's a partner in so much we do here. Amy, Bonnie, Sam, Erin, a pleasure to see you all and have you on the Wto platform. Thank you very much. You guys can turn off your cameras. You can stick around for our next panel if you want. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a great panel coming on now, and We're not going to take a real long break. We're not really going to take a break here. Just I'm going to invite them to turn on their cameras and join us when they're ready to do so. We have my good friend, Ambassador Susan Schwab. Couldn't be more pleased to welcome you back, Ambassador Schwab, America's 15th United States Trade Representative. Susan, you have been so generous with your time with WTO, and we're delighted to welcome you back. Thank you. We're also delighted to welcome today's panel, and so very grateful to the ambassadors for joining us. Ambassador Stavros Lambrinidis, the EU Ambassador to the United States of America, who has also been quite gracious with his time to WTO over the years, and we're incredibly grateful to have him back with us again this year. We'd also like to welcome two newcomers to the WTO stage, Ambassador Kirsten Hillman, Canada's Ambassador to the United States, and Ambassador Tomita Koji, Japan's Ambassador to the United States. Welcome. We are honored to host all of you. Before I turn it over to Susan, though, I'd like to welcome some of the guests that we have in the audience today, which is one of the traditions we do here to tell people who they're in community with. So welcome today to Ambassador Arthur Sinodinos, Australia's Ambassador to the United States, who is joining us on the Zoom. Jean Simard, the President of the Aluminum Association of Canada. Nelson Cunningham, the President of McClarty Associates. And Akio Fuji, the Chair of the Editorial Board at Nikkei. So welcome, Arthur, Jean, Nelson, and Akio. Thank you all for joining us today. The theme for today's session is working with allies and partners, and we couldn't be more thrilled than to have you join us here today. Susan?
Thank you very much, Ken. Welcome. This is, as you said, our working with friends, allies, trading partners. Delighted to have you all here. And I am going to launch directly into questions. I'm going to start with Ambassador Lambrinidis, who is an old pro at this WTO program, and start with questions for you. And let me start with sort of the obvious question about the state of EU-US trade relations, particularly in the context of changes in leadership. The Trump administration to the Biden administration, changes in leadership in member states in the EU, particularly Angela Merkel's departure in Germany. Be interested in your thoughts. I think you're on mute.
There you go. Thanks, Susan. And thanks to WTO for having me with you again. And I apologize for the glare in the back. There's a sun that is setting behind my head, but I hope that's not dramatically bad. Look, yes, governments come and go, but there are some realities of the EU-US trade partnership and investment partnership that simply don't change. We are each other's biggest trade and investment partners by far. This is a relationship that represents about 42% of world GDP and 42% of world trade in goods and services. It's also perhaps the world's biggest economic artery when it comes to looking at the economic growth of the world itself. And as we're coming out of COVID, that's huge. And finally, I should say something else that hasn't changed is that it's a values-based relationship. And this is coming up as the intersection between trade, technology, security, values comes into the fore in our discussions. Now, with the Biden administration, we've done something quite important. We've taken the drama out of this relationship, which is actually not bad. I do not have to go around this country anymore and explain to people why Europe is not the enemy. But indeed, what we have to do now is to both of us turn our aspirations into some concrete results. So our discussions, including the Trade and Technology Council, cannot be the place where hope goes to die. It has to be the place where, in fact, real things happen. So when it comes to real things, let me close with this. So we've become much more boring when it comes to our trade disputes, and that's a very good thing. And we've become much more exciting when it comes to our cooperation. In the trade dispute area, we've managed to land perhaps the longest standing dispute in WTO history, Airbus and Boeing. And that means we eliminated billions over billions of dollars and euros of tariffs against each other. That's a great thing. We've also found a temporary solution to the steel and aluminum dispute. And we are discussing, as we speak, a global arrangement for sustainable steel aluminum. So bringing in the very important climate agenda when it comes to the trade in the steel aluminum. We've also managed to deal with our disagreements in the digital services taxes. So that's boring. Sometimes boring is nice. Certainly in trade, boring is nice. Certainly for me, boring is nice when it comes to this. But exciting is also nice, but there's no rest for the weary. And that's where the big agenda on the Trade and Technology Council has come in. So we've decided to collaborate with each other now very concretely on everything from supply chains to artificial intelligence standard setting, to export controls and foreign direct investment screening, to indeed green technologies when it comes to trade, and to with a fundamental aim, and that's to increase even further the trade between us, increase even further research and development, make sure that as we open up after COVID, we keep markets open, and that all the natural instincts and needs in some instances to produce more internally. I mean, we saw in pharmaceuticals the problems that we had by having supply chains relying too much on others, that doesn't result either in protectionism or in a subsidy race. And these are all very, very important things because, and I close with this, because values are key. As we're developing standards for the future in artificial intelligence, we have to decide who is going to put them in place. As we're looking at creating a level playing field coming out of COVID, we have to determine what that means and why it matters. In every container, I've said this in the past, we don't just put our goods, we also put our values. Those goods are produced by respecting labor standards, by not destroying the environment. Other countries increasingly put in their containers with their goods their own values. So this cooperation is, yes, about open free trade, et cetera, et cetera. But let's not lose the big compass here. And this is that trade does build and can affect a different world, a changed world, whether it comes to protecting the environment or having tech that protects people's rights. And unless Americans and Europeans do this together, smart, someone else will do it for us. So that's the positive agenda, and I'm very excited about it, Susan.
Thank you very much, Stavros. Really appreciate it. Ambassador Hillman, welcome to the WTO Ambassadors Roundtable. Very nice to see you here. Along similar lines, actually, let me begin by asking you to give a grade to USMCA, or the Canadian version of USMCA. Grade it. You can parse it out in terms of implementation, dispute settlement, economic impact, but start with a good old-fashioned grade. I'm a professor part-time. Let's start with a grading system.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks very much for having me, and hello to my friends and colleagues there on the screen. So I'm going to give it a very good grade, but I am going to answer your question just by backing up a little bit around USMCA, because I do think that when we talk about trade relationships and we talk about sort of the health of trade relationships and efforts to improve them, to build upon them, trade agreements are but one component. And in fact, I would say they're a facilitative component, but they are just one component. So I will answer your question, and then I will get to a grade, I think. It may be a grade of, pass, fail, or pass plus. I guess what the first thing I would like to say is for Canada-US trade and Canada-US-Mexico trade, but I'll speak about Canada-US trade because that's really more squarely within my line of responsibility. a lot of attention is obviously focused on trade agreements and the USMCA and the renegotiation of the USMCA, which was pretty dramatic and in a lot of respects quite unorthodox for those of us who have been doing this kind of thing for a long time. But it is, and what came out the other side is an important and modernized agreement that I think is working better by far in many ways than it was before the renegotiation. And I think that the reason for that is that the relationship itself between the continental partners, and again, just speaking to Canada and the US, is very healthy. It was during the course of our renegotiation, and it is now. You know, I think COVID has, like in so many aspects of our lives, COVID has put a bit of a spotlight on where we have strengths and where we have vulnerabilities in all sorts of systems within our governments, within our societies. And when it comes to the Canada-US relationship and the economic relationship itself, I think that it really demonstrated, for the most part, the strength of the relationship and some vulnerabilities. So we have, for folks on the phone who may not know all of these things off the top of their heads, we have a 9,000 kilometer border between Canada and the United States. That border in normal times has about 500,000 crossings a day and supports over $2 billion a day in bilateral trade. During COVID, we had to really, really restrict the movement on that border. It was complicated. It was unprecedented. It was a decision that was made really, really quickly, more quickly than I think I could have ever imagined a decision like that being made. And there were some bumps for sure. And there were some times where things weren't working out exactly as we would have liked to, but they were quickly rectified. And we quickly kind of got ourselves back on track to the point where, while there was a diminishment in our trade between our two countries, it was rarely more than about 5 to 7% during the entire COVID period. And in fact, in November of this year, or of last year, I guess, November of last year, we had more goods and services trade than we've ever had before between our two countries. We had the highest trade statistics that we've ever had. So I'm highlighting all of this because I think that this deep connectivity of our geography, you know, we've got energy infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, people moving back and forth all the time. That is actually at the core of the economic and trading relationship. The USMCA, or CUSMA as we call it, CUSMA, is the facilitator of that. And it's a very important facilitator. It's a very important facilitator for three reasons. And this is how I would grade it, getting to your question. It's an important, we set forward to modernize the agreement. And I believe we did that in important ways. We did that by bringing it into, you know, the 21st century with digital trade commitments. We did that in sort of wonky ways that most people don't find that interesting, but are very important for traders with respect to how our customs procedures operate and are harmonized between the three countries. And we did that, and to Stavros's point, in some areas of values. We weren't really talking very much about values and promoting values in trade and trade agreements when the NAFTA was originally negotiated. We had an environment and we had a labor, you know, provisions, but they weren't part of the agreement and they weren't enforceable under the mechanism of the agreement. They are now in very innovative ways. We have, you know, a diversity objectives. So we have additional small business and minority-owned business objectives. So on the modernization front, I think I would give us a very good grade. On the enforceability component, I would give us an A+, because for people who don't know this, when we set out to renegotiate the NAFTA, we were in a place where we weren't able to have binding dispute settlement under the NAFTA anymore for a variety of reasons. And now we do. And in fact, we have quite a few, 3 cases, I think, ongoing right now. Enforceability is key to keeping the relations between countries predictable and setting the conditions so businesses feel like they can take the risks and expand their trade. So I would give us a top marks on that. And, people often say, oh, you're having disputes under the agreement. That's not a good thing. I would argue it is actually. The fact that we're having disputes that are being settled by independent arbiters. Of course, we'd rather not have disputes at all, but if we're going to have them, that we are subjecting the dispute to an independent arbitration that we have set up and we are willing to abide by, I think is a very good thing. And then thirdly, and I'll stop on this, I would also give us a good grade for revitalization, because the agreement being over, almost 25 years old, we weren't doing a lot of the things that it was set up to do in the committees, in the forward-leaning discussions that we wanted to be having. And all of that, there's new life that's been breathed into all of that. And I think that that's terrific because, again, people who work certainly in trade policy and trade negotiations and trying to solve problems between countries in the trade space know that it's the relationships between the actual human beings who are dealing with an agriculture issue or a tariff issue or a border issue. It's the relationships between those people that 9 times out of 10 are going to solve the problem. And so the degree to which we can reinforce those relationships and make sure that people have open lines of communication, I think is vitally important. Thanks.
Ambassador, let me take you just one step further beyond the US, Canada, Mexico relationship and ask you about Canada-US relationships or Canada-US working together vis-a-vis third countries at this point. Changes that you might have seen with the transition between the Trump administration to the Biden administration trade policy. Any observations you may want to offer in that context?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that first of all, that the Biden administration is very keen to work with allies in the trade space to try and push trade policy. And by trade policy, I mean, binding international rules governing trade, push them into new frontiers, right? So I think we see that quite clearly. In their discussions about trade relations with China, in their discussions about worker-oriented trade, which is, I think, starting to be defined. I think for some of us who are working with the administration, we'd like to understand a little bit more deeply what that means. But what we know for sure is that it is again, as Stavros said, it's a values-based objective. And the administration is keen to move forward in those areas. And, and just to harken back to USMCA for a second, we have very, very ambitious labor provisions in the USMCA. And those labor provisions were negotiated in part by the Trump administration, but they were really a lot of the innovative elements that are in there came from Congress and the Democrats in Congress. There was a very bipartisan agreement by the time it actually got passed. So we have people that are working very closely with the Biden administration have been part of that process of really trying to push the limits of where these rules can go. And I think that experience takes our two countries and sort of with a shared experience of thinking about these things and makes us inclined to look outward to other countries that may be willing to and interested in seeing how far we can push that. I would say environment and trade is another area where we really should be thinking about where things can go, because I think that oftentimes countries are differentiated in the trade space through economically oriented criteria alone. And we are now, I think, quite interested in looking at considering whether products that have a certain environmental profile can be treated in the same way versus products that aren't, just like we do in labor, right? We integrate into our assessment of a product how it was made from a labor perspective. And I think that we really should be looking at how we do that from an environmental perspective. So our government and the Biden administration have that in common. I think these are a lot of ideas that we're wanting to push outward and see where we can find like-minded countries to move forward with us.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Hellman. Ambassador Tomita, thank you for joining us in our WTA Ambassadors session. Welcome. And a similar question for you. I would love to hear your assessment of Japan-US trade relations. And perhaps in the context of discussing that, you could offer some observations about changes that Japan has seen in the transition between Trump administration trade policies and Biden administration trade policies, and quite frankly, the transition in leadership in Japan as well. So we welcome your presence here and look forward to your remarks.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here. And before I answer your question, just let me step back and look at what I've been doing. I mean, I took up my post 1 year ago, week after the inauguration. So, I've been devoting myself to the task of developing new policy agenda with the Biden administration. And in that process, I think we are starting to discover that we need to refocus a traditional bilateral economic cooperation, which traditionally focused on the trade and investment. And the two factors I think are driving this transition. The one is, the continuing impact of the pandemic, what COVID is doing to our economy. The other thing is, the increasing concern about the future of strategic competition against authoritarian states, including China. And those two factors brought us home to the, we've been faced with the challenge of finding economic and social resilience in a globalized world. And this challenge has taken on added significance in the face of, deepening global strategic competition. And there are a number of aspects to the changing outlook of bilateral economic cooperation. But one of the key features is it has a deeper connection with their domestic policies. And, about a week ago, Prime Minister Kishida had a video conference with the President Biden, and they discussed a number of issues. But one key takeaway from the meeting is how closely their domestic policy objectives are aligned. They use different slogans. Mr. Kishida talks about the capitalist renewal, whereas President Biden advocates building back better. But they share fundamentally the same goal of building a post-COVID economy by promoting a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution. And they also share the recognition that building a resilient and competitive economy is a key part of our efforts to face up to the strategic competition against authoritarian states. So that is why we call a new framework for bilateral economic cooperation core partnership, core being the combination of the first two letters of key objectives, competitiveness and resilience. So it aims to achieve these objectives by, for instance, increasing investment in cutting-edge areas of innovation such as IT, AI, quantum computing, by protecting sensitive supply chains, for instance, including semiconductors, and by promoting green growth through innovative environment technology. And coming back to your question, in the video conference I mentioned, the two leaders also agreed to extend our bilateral economic cooperation beyond our borders. In this regard, our two countries are stepping up the efforts toward the vision of free and open Indo-Pacific region. So upgrading the cooperation within the framework of Quad is a prime example. And following up the highly successful inaugural leaders meeting in the US last autumn, Japan is going to host the second summit meeting in the first half of this year. And we also welcome President Biden's new initiative for the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And we look forward to working with our American friends to flesh out the idea. But, the strong, open, rule-based trading system underpins other policy efforts I mentioned today. And Japan and the US need to lead the regional as well as the global efforts to maintain and strengthen this system. Well, Japan and the United States work together in developing a regional trading framework now called CPTPP. And we regret the subsequent US withdrawal from this process. And, Japan has been leading the efforts to expand the partnership while maintaining its high standard. But the strategic vision of CPTPP at its inception is a creation of an open and rule-based regional economic order with the United States at its heart. So we'll continue to engage our, friends in the efforts to realize this vision. So, so that's generally what's happening in a, conversation about economic cooperation. I talked, about the transitionary experience in developing an agenda. But, the trade policy is, subject to the prevailing domestic, atmosphere. And coming back to the point about TPP, we appreciate that the political atmosphere here now is not very conducive to, any bold new initiative. But I think there's been growing awareness that on the part of many policymakers that active, proactive trade policies would be a very important part of the overall strategic agenda. So we are very much looking forward to deepening a conversation on all these subjects that I just raised. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Ambassador Tomita. This is actually very insightful and takes me into my next line of questioning. You are very kind. I would say you're very generous in your assessment of where U.S. trade policy is going. From where I sit, it's awfully hard to identify the U.S. being actively engaged in trade negotiations. Let's rephrase that, trade liberalizing negotiations with anybody at this point. We'll see how the Indo-Pacific exercise goes without any kind of congressional involvement or authority. So to that end, I would be curious about each of your assessments about trade agreements where the U.S. is not a participant, because there are a lot of them and they are growing. And unfortunately, we are sitting on the sidelines. So why don't we start with CPTPP, and we'll start, I'm going to put my professor hat back on. Maybe you could, Ambassador Tomita or Ambassador Hillman, a grade for CPTPP or any observations about how it's going. Obviously early times, but I'd be curious about that. And then I'm going to ask about RCEP, Ambassador Tomita, just sort of heads up.
Okay, if I may back first, I think CPP is, I think, very important, very significant initiative. And it does have a very high standard as a regional trading agreement. But unfortunately, as I said, it falls short of the original strategic vision because of the absence of the United States. So I think we look forward to filling that lacuna in the coming years. But the CPTPP itself is a very much an evolving process. There's been application for new membership from China and Taiwan. And so also there will be a continued effort to upgrade standard. But at the moment, I think CPTPP is the I think the most, you can say, most advanced regional trading agreement in the Indo-Pacific region.
Thank you. Ambassador Hillman, any thoughts on CPTPP?
This is a hard topic for me because it's quite near and dear to my heart. I was Canada's chief negotiator for the CPTPP TPP. So I guess a couple of observations. The first is, I mean, the objective of the agreement was to create a partnership of countries that were straddling the Pacific, that were willing to really push the limits towards a high quality trade agreement that would be really taking, big steps towards liberalization, big steps towards openness, and then offering up, of course, benefits to each other in return. And in that regard, I think it gets full marks. I think it did a very good job. And the proof is in the pudding, because the trade among the CPTPP countries is growing steadily. The integration of our economies has been supercharged by the existence of that agreement. So in a very real sense, it achieved the economic, or is achieving, these things continue over time, but is achieving the economic objectives that we had for it. I think it also achieved the objectives, as Ambassador Tomita said, in creating a standard for the region that is significant and is attractive to other countries. And we see that by the fact that there are a number that are interested in having discussions with parties around joining. I think I too regret deeply that the US is not part of the agreement, but that doesn't mean that the US influence isn't, all over it, because it is, because they were very central to negotiating that agreement. To your broader question about agreements being struck around the world and the US not being at the table, I mean, in my experience, it's always a question of timing, if I can put it that way. I think that there are times when governments are able to move forward, and there are times when they aren't. And you do need, for these kinds of commitments, you need to be sure that as a government that you're going to have the support of your constituencies back home. And so the Biden administration is making the decisions that they're making based on their assessment of their domestic context and priorities. But I don't think that means that the US isn't having influence on the international trading environment. They are. And that kind of gets back to my earlier point. Trade agreements are very, very important in international trade. They're platforms, and they're rules that keep us honest from one administration to the next, or one government to the next. And they're an enforcement mechanism. But they're not the only thing that's going on. So I would say that to put into context the way in which this administration is operating in the trade space. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Hillman. Ambassador Tomita, do you want to just mention anything about RCEP?
Well, how you grade RCEP? I think it depends on what sort of measurement you're going to use. I mean, in terms of the standard of the agreement, is not as high as the CPTPP, but RCEP, as a framework, covers 30% of the world population, world GDP, and world trade volume. So it's a very building block, and creating new sort of trading framework in the world. And again, the RCEP is an evolving system, evolving process. We look forward to upgrading the standards. And also China's participation is very important. And it's a very important effort to engage China in the efforts to make progress in promoting open and rule-based trading practice in the region. So, in terms of standard, they're not as high as the CPTPP, but it does have its significance in its sheer magnitude, also with the inclusion of China.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Lambrinidis, can I get you to say something about the EU-China investment agreement?
Well, it's an agreement that at this stage has to go through the whole process of the European Parliament, and China has managed to do everything possible to ensure that process is not running fast anytime soon. But it's an agreement that was intended to achieve exactly what it did. It was negotiated for a very long time. It was not going to resolve every major issue in China's economy, which and there are many, and they're difficult, and they're being addressed, including through the European Union's own trade defense instruments that have gotten stronger in the past couple of years, whether it is in 5Gs and Huawei's, or whether it is in promoting our own procurement instrument to ensure that if you don't open your market to EU companies, to procure, you will not find an open market in the EU. But the agreement itself ensured both greater access to investment to our companies with much greater protections. In some ways, it did contain some elements in that sense, including when it came to forced technology transfers and all that stuff that the Phase 1 deal had, in theory, that the US negotiated. We opened up areas of the Chinese market in EU investment with protection of those investments that didn't exist in the past. And what we did for the first time, and it was the only investment agreement that's done this with China up to now, was to ensure that we also touch on issues like labor rights and environment. So China commits in this process to ratify eventually the ILO conventions and to get into a very serious process of doing so, for that to have our agreement ratified, and also, of course, to apply all its commitments under Paris. So it was comprehensive. It didn't touch on everything, but it was quite important. On your broader question, Susan, if I may, I think I would like to agree with something that you said, I think about a year ago or so, which is that that Biden will not go to trade policy. Trade policy will come to Biden and to the Biden administration. In some ways, we do see this. You don't see an administration that is active in trying to negotiate trade agreements. I have to say the European Union is extremely pleased and proud for the supremely high standard trade agreements we have with Canada and with Japan. These are bringing tremendous benefits to consumers and to businesses and to citizens on both sides, and they're also multiplying through their standards the effects that they have throughout the regions in which we operate. But there is an emphasis in the administration today, and I think it's absolutely understandable. We have the same emphasis in Europe on ensuring that trade agreements, promote worker rights and promote consumer rights and promote lower prices and all those things, which free and open trade, which is something the US and the EU have stood by historically for decades, and we have succeeded in, to make sure that that is the rule of the road for the 21st century. The domestic emphasis of the US administration to a so-called worker-centric trade policy, to more domestic manufacturing, to dealing with more aggressively the Chinese practices. All this is, like I said, partly what we also focus on, but we always try to do our work while ensuring that we focus on the WTO. And if you want an international negotiation that needs to happen, is WTO. Kirsten mentioned before how proud she is about the enforcement elements of the USMCA. But in fact, we do not have a dispute resolution, a mechanism in the WTO for a very long time now, because of the non-appointment of judges, because of US objections. So of course we need to reform the WTO, but if you don't like the rules, you don't kill the referee. You fix the rules, and certainly we need a referee out there, or an umpire, to use a more US phrase. You need that because otherwise you have chaos, and the people with the biggest economic guns can try to enforce their views on the rest of the world, and that's not okay. So I would focus on WTO with the US administration, and I also do focus, I know Kirsten as well as doing so, on elements of trade policy domestically that we feel as Europeans run afoul of WTO rules and fair trade. And a classic example of this is electric vehicles. And I want to raise this because this is very important for us. There are provisions in the Build Back Better bill that, of course, we will see where it goes in Congress. But there are provisions that do the very, very right thing. They have a very, very correct incentive, which is to try to incentivize the use of electric vehicles as we're trying to move from polluting and from carbon emissions. But they're done in a way that fundamentally incentivize only US production of cars and only particular cars produced in particular plants. And if you look at the amounts of incentives given to consumers to buy those cars, that amounts to more than, in a sense, a 30% tariff against European cars coming into the US or against EU manufacturers in the US. So we've been very active with Congress and the US administration saying, as we build back better, all of us after COVID, we have to make sure that we do not undermine the international legal system on trade. We need it. We need it, especially when there are countries out there trying to undermine it for ideological reasons and other regions. And that we also do not undermine a collective economic strength. So this is, if you like, something that I'd like to mention. Final point I want to say, Susan, when it comes to the Biden administration, I am very pleased that we are focusing on a broader topic that includes trade and investment in it more than anything else, which is coordinating and cooperating on connectivity. There are trillions of investments out there in the world today, whether it is in digital or whether it is in green or whether it is in building a hospital or building a road or a bridge. And those investments have to be done in a level playing field. We have to identify as Europeans and Americans how we can support our companies to be able to compete fairly for them, so they're not washed away by massively subsidized Chinese or other companies that are bidding for them at low prices. But there are also a lot of geostrategically important investments out there that have to be secure. And when you look at the Build Back Better world, which is what the Biden administration is doing now for connectivity, when you look at the global gateway, which is what the EU does for connectivity, and when you look at the collective power of our two economies to support that kind of investment and financing around the world, I just thought it was a huge lost opportunity the past few years that we were not working together. And I'm glad that we are now.
Wow, Stavros, thank you. That was a very nice commentary. I agreed with a lot of what you said.
Especially when I quoted you, I'm sure.
Although I'm not, yeah, well, that's, although I am not on this panel, I would just offer, I can't help myself. I have to offer two observations. One is, you're right about the umpire, as long as the umpire is even-handed and unbiased. The other thing I would note, as someone whose father worked for the ILO for more than a decade, Syria is a signatory to the 8 principal ILO conventions. So there is more to those sets of issues and value, including values in trade agreements.
Oh, hey, look, I fully agree with you. I hope no one in this panel thinks that Europe is naive when it comes to trade. We're actually doing quite good with it. So it's not what you sign, but you have to bring China into the fold, and you have to keep it to commitments, and you have to have at least the instruments to try to do so. Now, China may very well try to wiggle out of all that stuff, and we know that it has in the past. But I can either throw my hands up and never try to bring that rule book and throw it on a Chinese desk, or I can do what we have done, which is to say, okay, now for the first time you commit to the ILO conventions, which you haven't done ever before as China, really. I don't know what Syria has done. And then we start working together to see how you apply them. So I'm happy to be able to do that, although I am, like I said, I don't mean to kumbaya my way through this. It's not going to be easy, and we know it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to now go to a set of questions briefly on the WTO. You moved us into that area. And then just heads up, looking at the questions from our audience, there are a couple questions that have come in about the US-EU agreement on steel and where Japan is and how Japan should figure in that. And I will be interested in your comments on that. But before we do that, let's go to the WTO and MC12. Angela Ellard had some really interesting comments earlier today about WTO reforms applicable to dispute settlement. Stavros, as you were commenting, to negotiations, to monitoring. We're looking toward someday the next ministerial conference with some with trepidation, some with skepticism, some with optimism. And I would be interested in your assessment, Ambassador Hillman. Where do you show up on that continuum, and what would be, for example, your top 2 or 3 priorities for that engagement? What would make you optimistic? What would make you pessimistic?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I actually think it makes a lot of sense that there's a mix of enthusiasm, optimism, and pessimism, because it is a very large organization that that houses members coming from very different perspectives with a variety of different priorities, often, well, sometimes competing priorities. So that seems a fairly natural in an organization of that nature. I think that if we just to speak about priorities quickly, I think that coming out of COVID, or not maybe coming out, but hopefully on the downside of COVID, like many things, I think we should be seeing how our organizations and our partnerships helped contribute to success or will contribute to the next stages of fighting this pandemic, and what they can do to assist us in moving forward, maybe where they fell short. I think that we should be looking actually at all of our institutions, both domestically and internationally, and seeing what kind of lessons that we should be learning and what kind of role they can play. So trade and health, I think, is a very, very important discussion, because we all know that this virus is not being lived in the same way across the globe. I think that there are some smaller initiatives that are of interest to members. I think that there are ways to move forward initiatives that may not have the approval of all of the membership, and we should look to do that where we can. Canada did some interesting things in our Ottawa group on a few different issues, including trade and health and some trade and environment issues. Obviously, the fisheries agreement, I think that's an agreement where we should really see what we can do. And I think a success in an area like that might give a bit of a catalyst. And then there are bigger, more thorny issues that are going to take a long time. And maybe that's where people feel some pessimism. I don't think pessimism is probably that constructive. So hopefully with a bit of success, it can catalyze a bit of movement in the areas that are thornier, and dispute settlement is clearly one of the most difficult. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on the ministerial WTO going forward, or can I turn to the sticky steel question? Ambassador Tomita, would you like to say anything about that?
Well, first on WTO, I think we take very seriously the challenge, not just because of the frustration of the member countries, we all feeling about frustration, the lack of progress. But, what's happening in WTO has led to the erosion of public confidence in a multilateral trading system. So that's, the far greater danger I think we have to deal with. And, I don't have any specific prescription, but I agree a lot of things said by our Canadian ambassador. Reform of WTO is very, very, very important. And also, I think WTO needs a success story to get things done, to prove efficacy of the organization. So, in any area, for instance, there's critical mass developing in the area of electronic commerce. Again, that might be one area we should be looking at. So, we very much look forward to achieving some sort of success in a very near future, so that we can start regaining public confidence in the whole system. And back to the steel, Japan was one of the few countries which didn't introduce retaliatory measures when the previous administration, resorted to the 232. So we are not too happy when the administration prioritized discussion with the EU. We have accelerated our discussions. There's been robust negotiation taking place, including ministerial level. And I don't think I should be going into specific details, but there's a template of the agreement between the US and the EU. So I think that is a basis on which we are working. And one other thing is, it's not just question of trade. I mean, we need to address the underlying issues, impacting on the trade of the steel and aluminum, which is the overcapacity. So there are areas where, of course, the two countries need to settle their difference, but also there are areas where two countries can work together to resolve the underlying problems.
If I may jump in, Susan, very quickly on the question. The first thing I would say on WTO, I'm sorry, just a second. Is it on? Yeah. The first thing I say on the WTO is that we prioritize many of the things that Kirsten and Koji mentioned, but I would say, particularly when it comes to rules reform, we very much value the trilateral cooperation we have between the US, the EU, and Japan, where we're discussing some of these issues more specifically, including new rules on subsidization of companies, et cetera, et cetera. So this is something that I think is precisely in the spirit that we're discussing. We need to be able to get an understanding, and then to be able to discuss it with other countries around the world, to be able to create the coalitions necessary to have, to have those changes. When it comes to steel, so the EU-US agreement also provides, as I said before, for a negotiation of the global arrangement on sustainable steel production. This is to say, in other words, to ensure that some of the fundamental underlying causes of the problems caused by overcapacity and why China in particular has gotten there, which is also production of dirty steel, that those issues are addressed, because as we are investing massively in the US and the EU, certainly, in climate transition and sustainable energy and technologies, we cannot afford to have carbon imported into our economies and therefore failing entirely to be able to reduce carbon emissions by countries and by producers who refuse to take similar measures. And this is precisely why we're looking at this. It's a narrow area when it comes to aluminum, but we in Europe have expanded it much larger with our process of implementing gradually what we call the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And for us, this is very important. It is WTO compatible. And we ensure that all we do is to ask countries and companies around the world to comply to what our companies and our member states do with the emissions trading system we have in Europe, which is an incentive, if you like. It's not a tax, it's not an incentive somewhere in the middle. It's an incentive for companies. It puts a price on carbon, which you need to do. And it's an incentive for companies to actually innovate in the green field, and they do. And they do all the time. And if you look at what is happening in Europe when it comes to investments of companies that fall under the emission trading scheme, you will see that they have reduced their emissions by about 45% in the past couple of decades, which is even higher than other companies and other sectors in Europe. And this is by increasing at the same time the competitiveness. So this is something that we want to work with the US as well. And it's a very interesting, very important discussion, but I have to say, I find great interest today among members of Congress and the administration to discuss how we are doing this in Europe. I'm not saying I'm seeing full agreement, and I'm not saying I'm seeing an understanding that there can be a copy-paste of what Europe does. And of course, no one should be doing a copy-paste. But I see a real interest in discussing this as opposed to a few years back.
Thank you very much. I am going to combine the last two questions in the chat and have each of you offer your final comments, because we have to bring this to a close. And they're related. One question has to do with, in your conversations on the Hill with the executive branch in particular, to what extent do you find the geopolitics and global nationalism becoming a factor in your conversations about trade policy and US trade policy? And then related to that, perhaps the conversations that you have specifically on the Hill. Stavros, you just mentioned conversations on the Hill. To what extent do you get the sense that Congress, members of Congress, are interested in engaging in trade policy discussions and trade policy negotiations even? So sort of open-ended question. We're running out of time, so limited time for answers, but I would very much appreciate each of you addressing that or those questions as we head out the door. And I will close then. I will turn to Ken once we've concluded. Who would like to go first?
Let me jump very quickly. And so geopolitics matter. Trade Technology Council is a lot about geopolitics. Even what I discussed before about connectivity is about geopolitics. But fundamentally, trade in the end of the day is about creating better lives for consumers and for businesses and for countries and for citizens. And in that sense, yes, it's not just trade agreements, as Kirsten mentioned, but in that sense, thinking about how to think of our economies, especially advanced open economies like the European Union, Canada, Japan, the US, as unified supply chains in many ways, because they do incorporate those values that we put in those containers. And to ensure that we can look at ourselves, even if we don't have a particular trade agreement connecting us necessarily, as part of the same conversation, I think that multiplies the power, the economic power of democracy, open economies in a way that we could never, ever do it alone. And that is what I hope that we can promote in the next years.
Thank you, Ambassador Hillman.
Thanks very much. I would agree. Geopolitics matter. They come into every conversation on the Hill, and I think almost all the conversations with the administration when talking about economic matters. I think that there is a desire, and I include my country in this as well. There is a desire to make sure that we are promoting in all the ways possible our core values at home and internationally. Human rights and democracy and freedom, and there are many tools in our toolkits to do that, but economic tools are certainly one of them. And that is a very live conversation, I think, not just with the United States, but with many of our partner countries around the world. And I think that your question about whether there are active trade policy discussions, I mean, again, I will come back to kind of what I've said a few times now, is trade policy discussions are not limited to discussing whether or not we should enter into negotiating a trade treaty or a sectoral agreement. the issue that Stavros raises with respect to the EV tax is a trade policy discussion, right? It's a putting in place or suggesting that having a proposal on the Hill that would put in place a tax credit that violates the WTO, that violates the USMCA, that rips apart supply chains right at the moment where we're saying we want to be making sure that we are making those more resilient with our allies and partners. That's a trade policy discussion. So those take place, even though perhaps there are fewer, discussions about new multilateral or regional agreements taking place right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Ambassador Tomita.
Well, I agree. I mean, geopolitics matters. I already talked about the impact of the China in thinking about our policy agenda. But at the same time, trade and investment, free and open economic exchange across the board also matters. So we need to strike a balance between how we satisfy these sometimes conflicting objectives. So that's the area where our wisdom is going to be tested in the coming months and years. And as for the our engagement with the people on the Hill, we do find a lot of members of Congress who are interested in the trade policy, and we look forward to interacting with these members. And although I talked about a very pessimistic forecast about the U.S. possibility of coming back to TPP, but falling short of the coming back to the TPP, there are many areas where the United States can play a leadership role in the promotion of trade and investment in the region. It can be sort of rule-making efforts in the specific sector like digital trade, but you can think of other areas as well. So understanding the political constraints existing on the Hill, we continue to look forward to engaging members of Congress so that we can promote very proactive U.S. leadership in the region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Ken, over to you.
I thank you so much. I know I promised to get all of you out of here at 5 o'clock promptly, or even maybe a minute before, and I kept you now 2 minutes late. I apologize for that, but there was so much to cover. We had the idea here, the theme was working with allies and partners, which is something that the Biden administration has stressed, and we couldn't think of three better countries to have represented here. Obviously, there are others, allies and partners, and we look forward to welcoming them back in the future, but we are incredibly grateful to all of you, Ambassador Tomita, Ambassador Lambridinis, Ambassador Hillman, and of course, our dear friend, Ambassador Susan Schwab. Thank you all very much. You're free to turn off your cameras and log off while I do the housekeeping items for everybody who's been attending the conference all day. Thank you very much. Thank you all for sticking around for the whole day. I know it's been a long day for all of you, and we're really grateful. Today was focused a lot on the international trade picture. Tomorrow we shift to a more U.S. trade focus. We'll start promptly at 9 a.m. So we look forward to seeing all of you then. Thank you very much for being with us today. Take care, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow.